Can those of you in the Zoom call hear me right now? Can those of you in the Zoom call hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. The meeting will be starting shortly. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
It's 9:30 and I'll call the meeting to order, and the first item of business is adoption of the agenda. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the agenda be adopted as printed and circulated.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Having adopted the agenda, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Councillor Finch.
I, Crystal, hereby make the declaration of pecuniary interest with respect to item 6D on the council agenda dated May 6, 2026. The reason for declaration, I have direct family members that work for companies with existing and potential future contracts with this application. I also have a second. I, Crystal, hereby make the declaration of pecuniary interest with respect to the agenda item 8.2B on the council agenda dated May 6, 2028. The reason for declaration, I have family that own property on both sides of the recommendation in this report. The public may perceive that I am biased.
And can you pass those over to the clerk? And thank you. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Not seeing any. Mover for the minutes and business arising out of the minutes. Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the minutes from the April 15th, 2026 council meeting be adopted as printed and circulated.
Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Nobody submitted for a public comment period. Public meetings and drainage meetings. Can I have a resolution to enter into a public meeting regarding planning application? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:32 a.m. for the purpose of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now we will now sit as Committee of Adjustment, and on item 6A, minor variance application A07-26, I will turn it over to Planner McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. Good morning to council, staff, and members of the public joining us here this morning. The first application before the committee affects property at 166 Argyle Street in the village of Embro. In this case, the application seeks relief from two areas of the township zoning bylaw provisions, one relating to the cumulative gross floor area permitted for accessory structures, and the second related to the maximum height of accessory structures. The subject property, as the committee can see, is in the north end of the village and is, I would like to highlight, approximately twice the size of many of the surrounding lots within the village. In this case, the applicants are seeking relief of these two areas of the township zoning bylaw to accommodate a larger accessory structure, a garage, in order to accommodate a boat and an RV and other personal equipment. And the area shown for the actual location, while it's not shown on the plate before committee at this time, it's in the southeast corner of the property, as shown in the applicant sketch. If we can just scroll down to that, gives you an approximate idea of the proposed location there in blue. As a result of circulation, I did not receive any comments from neighboring residents, agency staff, or otherwise. I would highlight that committee will notice there's also in the rear end of the property, there's an above ground pool and a deck area. And just noteworthy for committee is that those structures actually do not count towards the cumulative gross floor area or lot coverage provision. There's an exemption in place in the bylaw for those structures. So in this case, the applicant's looking to permit just over 1,800 square feet instead of the 1076, which the bylaw permits. Staff are supportive of the application here today, and I'm happy to take any questions that committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Is the applicant here, and do they wish to speak to their application?
Hello, I'm here virtually, Brandon Tulin.
Go ahead.
Just here today to answer any questions the committee or public may have about the application.
Are there any questions for the applicant from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public, either here in person or attending virtually, who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. Do we have a mover to deal with the minor variance? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment approve application A0726 submitted by Brandon Tulin and Jacqueline Baker for lands described as Part Lot 12, Concession 5, West Zorra, Plan 41, R7 307, Part 1, and municipally known as 166 Argyle Street, Embro, in the Township of Zorra as it relates to 1. Relief from Section 5.1, Table 5.1.1.3, Regulations for Accessory Use. 1, to increase the maximum permitted height for an accessory structure from 4 meters to 6 meters, and 2, to increase the maximum permitted cumulative gross floor area for accessory structures from 100 meters squared to 168 meters squared. To facilitate the construction of a structure accessory to a residential use on a property zoned residential type 1 zone, R1, in the Township of Zorra, subject to the following condition: that the construction of the proposed residential accessory building be established in the general location as illustrated on Plate 3 of Report 2026-138 to the satisfaction of the Township of Zorra.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion for 3 reasons. As the planner pointed out, the lot is considerably bigger than other lots in the area, and if you look at on Plate 1, it's even larger than the lots in the most of the village of Embro. Also, there are no residents on 3 sides of this lot, and no, and it's also mentioned in the report that the topography, that there's a dip of approximately, I think, 7 feet where this shed will be put. So the height of an extra 6 feet would be won't be as evident because of that location.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we will now move out of Committee of Adjustment and sit as council to hear a zone change application, item 6B, ZN 5-26-03, Planner McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. The application for zone change before council at this time affects a property on the 19th line, just on the south side of Road 64. In this case, the application seeks to go from the general agricultural zone, A2, to a site-specific general agricultural zone, A2 special. And the reason being is the applicants are seeking to construct a single detached dwelling on the property. I would highlight for council has not seen many or any of these applications since the 2024 official plan policy changes relating to agricultural reserve in the county. And one of the changes that the county made at that time was where you have existing land holdings within the agricultural reserve that are noted as being undersized, you can apply through a zone change to facilitate the establishment of a single detached dwelling on them. So previously, the township zoning bylaw allowed, if you had 39.5 acres, you could go straight to the building permit and acquire a building permit for a house. In this particular case, the property is 33 acres, and that change in policy in 2024 is now enabling them to move forward with the zone change application to allow for the dwelling that they show on the sketch there. I would note that there are some parameters around that as highlighted in the report. We aim to ensure through policy that the amount of agricultural lands being taken out of production to accommodate the development are minimized. In this case, the proposed dwelling will be close to the westerly lot line on the property. Also shown on the sketch is a drive shed, which the applicants have shown even closer to the westerly lot line. As a result of circulation, there were no comments received from members of the public, agency staff, or otherwise. We as staff are satisfied that the application does meet the requirements of the official plan and the township zoning bylaw. Recommending approval of the application today. Council will note it says approval in principle, and that's just so the bylaw can be drafted such that we put the specific parameters around the location of that dwelling to ensure it's within that minimized approximate 1 acre portion of the property. I would note that the applicants are also here should council have any questions of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I ask if there's any questions from council, I want to clarify the recommendation is approval in principle, meaning not that the approval could then be overturned or anything. The intention there is that the approval in principle would be for further details to be finalized before there is a bylaw brought back to make it official.
That is correct. The approval in principle is simply to finalize the mapping and the actual wording of the bylaw so that it can come back to be finalized and signed by yourself.
Thank you. Any questions from council for the planner on the report? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I did have two questions for Spencer. That he answered the first one about allowing a residence on this property, even though it takes farmland out of production, in reference to the change in policy in 2024. The other question is on plate 1, and you referenced the 40 by 100 foot equipment shed. There's no mention of the equipment shed in the body of the report. So what's the situation regarding the equipment shed, and is it permitted?
Through the mayor to Councillor Mitchell's question, it is permitted. That's permitted on A2 property. It's not shown in that it doesn't need to be within that more defined 1 acre envelope as specified by the official plan policies.
Okay, thanks, Spencer.
Any other questions from council for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Is the applicant here, and do they wish to speak to their application? Are there any members of the public either attending in person or virtually who wish to speak to the application? All right. So just for those of you in the audience, what's going to happen is now, because we are in a public meeting considering these zone changes, we're going to move on to the other zone change. Then we will come out of public meeting later on, and then council will decide what to do with those zone change applications. So at this point, we're going to move on to item 6C, zone change application ZN5-26-04. Planner McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. The application before council at this time affects property on Perth Oxford Road in the north end of the township. And in this case, council will find the application familiar, as fairly recently a very similar application was before you for your consideration. The application seeks to allow an additional residential unit, a detached additional residential unit on the subject property, as generally shown on the plate and outlined in yellow. The previous application I would highlight for council proposed very much the same thing, but that proposed location was further to the east and therefore further removed from the principal residence, which is one of the key criteria of the official plan for permitting detached air use on agricultural properties. As a result of the initial meeting, the applicants took their denial at that point and made revisions to their application and opted to address many of the concerns they heard before council at that time. One of those concerns was regard to MDS, the minimum distance separation requirements, with the thinking being that placing a residence at the proposed location or the previous location in this, what I would call U-shape area of the farm property, could have potential negative impacts from an MDS standpoint for neighboring properties, particularly those in the township of Perth South to the immediate north. The applicants have addressed that concern, and staff do agree that they have mitigated that concern and that the impact of future livestock expansions, for example, in Perth South, are in place currently because of the sensitive land uses that exist right immediately beside the proposed location of the new dwelling. Some other areas of concern are highlighted as the applicant's response to council concerns, which is attached to the report. At this time, staff are still in the position where we're not recommending the application be approved. I would highlight for council that the applicant has made considerable efforts in addressing the previous concerns, and one area being the pasture land immediately south of the house and the other buildings there was contemplated for a proposed location for this new residence. It is not the preferred location, but we also recognize that whether the agricultural land is taken out of production in the pasture land or in this, again, what I'm calling a U-shape area, is essentially the same impact from an agricultural loss standpoint. I am here and happy to answer any questions that council may have, and the applicant is also available to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Is the applicant here, or do they wish to speak to their application? I'm just gonna, just before you speak, I'm just gonna, you come up and sit down and turn on their microphone so everybody can hear.
I think we've, in the report, we've tried to address the concerns we heard last time, and we're here mainly today to, if there's any further questions you have on it, that we could possibly make modifications on that. On the MDS situation, I think there was a, we contacted our consultants for MDS, and we looked at all the MDS potential locations on that property. I think that was included in this report that you've got, and you can see, I think it's pretty clear there that by moving that house over there, we're in the shadow of an existing MDS separation that's caused by the house beside us. So we've moved that house, that location over there to be in that shadow so that we would have minimal effect for that MDS. And by also moving that property to that corner and defining it with fencing and landscaping, we leave that other piece of agricultural land still potentially available for agricultural use, although it's not being used at the present time for any agricultural use. In relationship to that, I think we also included a plot showing the existence, because there was some concern, well, could you move the house over, you know, in front of the pasture land? And you'll see there's a well, existing well and existing septic bed, and there's separation required if you wanted to build in that area, which would push the house further down into that pasture land, which would take out whatever existing pasture and agriculture use that we have on that land. So by keeping that property or that location over in that side, we feel that we've made the least possible intrusion onto that agricultural land. And we're really here just to answer any further questions you may have on that application.
Questions for the applicant from council? Not seeing any. Thank you. Are there any members of the public, either here in person or attending virtually, who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. Can I have a resolution to move out of the public meeting? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that pursuant to the Planning Act, the public meeting be adjourned at 9:48 a.m. at the regular meeting of council, and the regular meeting of council be called back to order.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And can I have a resolution to deal with zone change ZN 5-26-03? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve in principle the zone change application submitted by Eric and Michelle Hutchison, whereby the lands described as west part of Lot 3, Concession 5, North Oxford, in the Township of Zorra, are to be rezoned from General Agricultural Zone A2 to Special General Agricultural Zone A2 Special to facilitate the construction of a single detached dwelling on an undersized agricultural parcel.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that? As the seconder? Any other discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that smaller sized farms are being recognized under this change of policy that was the planner talked about a couple of years ago. 33 acres is not a viable operation to grow corn, soybeans, or wheat, but then again, neither is a 75-acre farm to do quote-unquote cash cropping. 33 acres is viable for intensive agriculture, growing specialty crops, as noted in the report, such as nursery, horticulture, a fish farm, etc. Although there's no information in this report on the plans for this particular farm. Also, by allowing a housing on a smaller sized farm, it gives an opportunity for beginning farmers to procure land with lower land debt. Land price in Zorra is somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000 an acre. So for a beginning farmer to purchase a 100-acre farm, that's a tremendous debt load to take on if you don't have family backing. So that the application meets all the criteria of the provincial plan policy statement and the official plan, and there were no objections from the township, county, and Upper Thames and neighbors, so I'm going to support the recommendation, or the motion.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And do I have a mover to deal with zone change applications ZN 5-26-04, Deputy Mayor? You and me talking today, that's it.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Finch, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve in principle the zone change application submitted by Mike Hishon, whereby lands described as Part Lot 36, Concession 5, West Zorra, in the Township of Zorra, are to be rezoned from General Agricultural Zone A2 to Special General Agricultural Zone A2 Special to permit a detached additional residential unit on the subject lands with a maximum gross floor area of 162 meters squared and a maximum distance between an ARU and principal dwelling of 170 meters.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yes, so I think I was in support of this application when it came before us and had some additional concerns, and I'm happy to support it coming back, that the majority of those concerns have been rectified with the modifications that they've made. I think a lot of what the challenge is for this application is trying to access use of our ARU policy framework on a property that is a very strange shape that is a result of previous severances and cutout pockets from different policy framework and an existing established woodlot. While there is space to potentially put it elsewhere, I believe the applicant has demonstrated the obstacles and to put it in a spot that doesn't function well. I want to make sure that it's really because the end result of complying with the policy framework achieves what it's intended to achieve. I believe that this non-compliant framework best achieves the intention of this ARU framework. I think our planner as well as the applicant for speaking to the MDS, because I think that has been the hugest concern for us as a council, is ensuring that where we're putting houses in the ag reserve is not having negative impact on the ability for our farms to establish and expand and thrive, which is what we want for them here. They're our prime economic driver. Well, this doesn't have zero negative implication on agricultural operations for Zorra and for our neighbors in Perth. I think this minimizes them to something that I am very comfortable supporting.
Councillor Stewart is a seconder. Oh, sorry. Councillor Finch, sorry. Apologies.
I agree with everything the Deputy Mayor said, and I'm happy to support.
Anyone else? Councillor Mitchell.
I went back and I rewatched my comments from the February 18th meeting on this application. The MDS impact has been reduced by the change in this second application, but primarily this application is substantially the same as the first. It moves it in 262 feet, but it's still over 5 times further than is permitted. Rural ARUs are a big improvement on previous agricultural housing options, being the temporary garden suites or having to prove that you need additional farm labor in order to put up a permanent structure. ARUs are infill housing with some very basic rules that apply to their construction. And I'm always willing to bend the rules when it comes to allowing people to do what they want to with their property. We're really bending the rules on this one. I came into this meeting prepared to vote against the approval, but the verbal presentation by the planner has convinced me that they have the applicants have addressed our concerns as best they can. I'm concerned about precedents that this could be setting, but I think that it's defendable if we have a future application that bends the rules this far, that this is a very, very unique property, and that therefore I'm going to vote along to approve the application.
Anyone else? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, I first want to say I appreciate the efforts by the applicant. There's been the previous application for this property and other similar ones in the past, and I'm going to maintain some consistency with my decision-making here in that I will not be in favor of this. I do think that there are ways to get creative with the existing area around the principal dwelling to create a secondary dwelling, which is the intent of the ARU policy. It's not necessarily our job as council to weigh the impacts of moving a well or moving a septic or the associated costs with those things. However, those are practical considerations. I do think either way we're taking out a little bit of workable land or ag land by way of pasture space or land that appears to be cropped with hay or whatever is in there. So I think there are ways to get creative, and at the sacrifice of setting a precedent, a secondary lane, which again will cause, I think, some confusion when it comes to multiple locations like this across the township when emergency services are responding. That's a fairly major concern of mine, and really just the impacts of having to move existing infrastructure. That's not on us to weigh whether that's a feasible thing. I think the savings of a brand new lot to build a house on, as opposed to having to move a well, I could argue that all day that's still a pretty good deal. So for those reasons, I'm not in support.
Anyone else? I'm always a big fan of council passing policy and then following that policy to the extent that we can. I think it's the most transparent way for us to do our business for residents and for them to approach planning applications and everything else. And it's the most accountable way for our residents to keep their council accountable, is if their applications for things are transparent like that through policy and not through political whim of the day. At the same time, their policy is always imperfect. There's always an exception. I think in this case, I agree with all of the concerns raised in the planning report, and they're largely exactly the same concerns that were here before. And in the past, I voted against this application. I think by degree only, this is a better application, and I will be supporting it. It's imperfect. I don't love it, but frequently at council, that's your job, and it's the exceptions that come here, not the ones that fit neatly in the box and that staff quite rightly then process and approve simply. And this is not one of those. So I think, similar to Councilor Mitchell, I don't love it. I wish it was different, but it is a weird piece of property. It's an unusual application. That's what the five of us are here to do, is when something comes forward that doesn't fit neatly in the policy box, that we make that decision and have to explain it to voters. And so I think for all those reasons, I will be supporting this. And I did also note, specifically with respect to the comment that Councillor Stewart made about emergency, that there is a line in the report that says the Director of Corporate and Protective Services noted that if approved, municipal addressing would be required to the satisfaction of the township. So I'm personally, anyway, notwithstanding that I never respond to the fire, I'm not as concerned with that. So I will be supporting the application. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And can I have a resolution to enter a public meeting regarding a planning application? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:59 a.m. for the purpose of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 6D, zone change application ZN 5-24-09. I will turn it over to Planner McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. The application before council at this time affects property immediately west of the village of Harrington on the corner of Road 96 and 31st Line. In this case, the application is seeking a rezone from the general agricultural zone into the aggregate industrial ME zone. Council will note that there is a section in the report that highlights that although the application requests to go to an ME, staff are actually recommending an ME special, and that has to do with the fact that there's a 0-meter setback between this and the pit property to the immediate south. And further, we have added in that what appear to be the lands outlined in blue generally, not exactly that delineation, but that area is being recommended to go into an open space zone rather than into the aggregate industrial zone. So I just want to highlight that initially for council. The application is seeking the zone change to go to an aggregate industrial zone as they are going through the process to obtain a Class A license from the province for aggregate, for a pit, which is looking to extract gravel and sand as outlined in the report. The approximate tonnage numbers and those details are contained in the report as well. It's proposed at this time that the application would seek to, through the license, extract up to 500,000 tons per year with an anticipated lifespan of approximately 10 years. I would note that in speaking with the applicant's agent, that number, 5 million cubic tons, is what's anticipated to be the resource here. That number may be closer to 6 million tons. So therein being, if it's approximately 10 years, maybe it's 12 years, if they are capped by the province at the extraction rate of 500,000 ton per year. So that is another clarification I wanted to make. As far as the surrounding area, the village of Harrington is to the immediate east, lands to the south. There are existing gravel pits to the immediate south, and to the immediate north are primarily comprised of lands owned by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority as part of the Wildwood Reservoir. The property is approximately 98 acres in size, currently largely under agricultural production. I would highlight that in the report, there are details provided surrounding the proposed area of extraction. So approximately of the 98 acres, approximately 68 acres are to be licensed and approximately 58 acres are to be extracted. The difference there, I just want to highlight for council that 10-acre difference largely would incorporate things such as setbacks from property lines. If there's a 30-meter setback required from 96 and from 31st, there's berming requirements in place in the approved site plan by the province. So that maybe, if council had any questions about the difference, the discrepancy of that 10-acre area, that would be the large reason for why that is in place. I would also highlight that the area shown in blue, which is largely wooded, it is significant woodland. There's a significant wetland in there as well. This is an area in which there was significant concern or requirements, I would say, on the province's end for additional work to be done. The applicant, in dealing with both the planning department, myself, and also dealing with the province through the ARA process, found that there were strict requirements on that woodlot, in part the preservation of the features therein, but also there's a plan in place for extensive invasive removals. There's a lot of buckthorn, for example, in that feature itself. And the ministry now has really highlighted the fact that progressive rehabilitation is critically important for these aggregate operations. And the report attempts to demonstrate how this proposal, which would seek to extract, it's broken up into Area 1 and Area 2, what I would generally call north half and south half. There is policy direction by the county that when that is the case and you're close to a settlement area, that the area in closest proximity to the settlement be extracted first as the priority, and then that progressive rehabilitation would occur prior to the applicant being able to advance on to the next area, or what's referred to as a phase on both the plates and the site plans. So that is something I would like to highlight for council, is that there will be extensive rehabilitation at the end of each extraction phase prior to the applicant being able to advance to the next portion. Another item I would highlight for council is the fact that the process itself, the report goes into some detail about the ARA process and the obligations and requirements of the province, and then similarly what local councils and the county official plan has required for these applications. We would note that the applicant in this case has gone through the formal site plan requirements with the province, and we don't always have it as the case where we present the zone change report to council in advance of that. Sometimes we have the site plans approved by the province, sometimes we do not. In this case we do, and I would highlight that again, that area to the west was of primary concern to the province, and the substantial environmental work that was done to get that to the point where the province is satisfied and the county is satisfied. The details of that are highlighted throughout the report. As a result of public circulation, this is kind of twofold because there's a consultation requirement under the Aggregate Resources Act, which the owner and applicant largely stick handle, and county planning staff are less involved in, but still involved. And then there's the separate process for the planning process under the Planning Act, which we are going through now and culminates in this presentation here this morning. Throughout the, what I would say, 3 or 4 year period, which we've been going through the ARA process, and now most recently the planning process, we have heard numerous comments and concerns from area residents. Many of those are summarized on a very high level in the report, but tend to focus on items such as proximity to the village, noise, dust, also the entrance, the proposed entrance, and just concerns in general around the traffic impact study and the position of County Public Works in their role in providing access to a property. So those are, I would say, the biggest areas of concerns. There's also a large area of concern raised by members of the public with respect to cultural heritage and the existence of the schoolhouse, the 1869 schoolhouse, which is immediately east of the subject property. The report attempts at addressing those concerns and highlighting the fact that under the PPS, the requirements of the PPS, also the requirements of the province and the official plan, and more locally the township zoning bylaw, we are of the opinion that they have been satisfied and the concerns have been mitigated to the extent possible. The province would seem to echo that sentiment that they have approved in January of this year the site plans for the property, which I would note did take a period of approximately 3 years to get to that point, with the primary concern being that westerly portion, which we would propose be rezoned into open space to ensure its further protection. Staff are supportive of the application here today. The owner is in attendance as well. The applicant, the agent is in attendance, and happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council for the planner on the report? Deputy Mayor.
So I just have a couple questions. PIT applications are not something that we see frequently in our planning reports. We see planning reports all the time, but usually it's for, as we saw this morning, you know, an accessory structure a bit too tall or something too close to a lot line. So in terms of the site plans, when we normally have site plans, they are inspected and administered by our own municipal staff. With an aggregate site, the site plans are approved by the ministry. Who operationally inspects and approves these site plans on site to ensure that they're compliant with the framework in the jurisdiction of the province?
Through the mayor to Deputy Griggs' question, the province themselves are the authority when it comes to the ARA licensing process, who are then the ones who would approve the required site plans, including the rehabilitation plan. As part of that ARA process, the municipality and the county are very much involved in providing comment, addressing areas of concern, and in this case, for areas which there is not in-house expertise on something such as a study outside of an area of engineering, which we have the expertise, we would require a third-party peer review. So that is something that the township required to have done for this property, just to ensure that we are providing comments that address local concerns. Understandably not the concerns shared by area residents. I'm very aware of that. But to the point possible, within the context of the framework we have to work under, we ensure that the policy direction is followed, the PPS, the official plan, and locally from a zoning standpoint, and any issues that we find within those site plans, whether they be with setbacks or otherwise, that we would echo those comments through to the ministry in advance of them generally in advance of them issuing the site plan approval.
So just as a quick follow-up, so in the site plan, there's various berms at various heights. So if the site plan is approved and then the site starts to, build up those berms, is it ministry staff that ensures that there's compliance operationally with how the site is established, or is that something that if there's concern that the berm height doesn't appear to reflect what's in the site plan, does that fall on the municipality to govern and administer, or is that through the ministry inspectors?
Through the mayor to the deputy. It's an excellent question, and it is provincial framework that governs these pits. So similarly, if there is an issue with the berm or the actual pit operation itself, that is something that is prescribed within the license itself and shown on the site plans under the notes and details. As I mentioned previously, the phasing even is something that is approved in the site plan, so a pit operator could not all of a sudden jump to area D when they're only to be working in area A or area B. It's very strict as far as the rehabilitation that's required in advance of moving on to the next phases. I would note that the pit operators are required to send through annual compliance reports to the township and the county. But largely to your question, it would be ministry inspectors on site if there was an issue with, for example, the height of a berm, if it was less than what the site plan requires, for example.
Anyone else? I have a few questions for you, mostly of clarification. Most of the section in the report under proposal, most of those items similar to the ones that Deputy Mayor identified around dust and hours of operation and rehabilitation plan and height of berms and those things are out of, so in addition to the specific ones that Deputy Mayor asked, are out of municipal control with respect to enforcement, correct? And sorry, with respect to approval and enforcement.
That is correct, yes.
When it comes to the rehabilitation, in this case, the progressive rehabilitation, again, that is approved by the Ministry of Natural Resources and not by us. I mean, it's noted in the report, so it's part of the application so that people are aware of it. But in fact, we're not approving that here today, right? And have no control over enforcement of that rehabilitation either, correct?
That's correct. The ministry, I would reference, we tend to focus on the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry because they do approve the site plans. There are also ministries, Ministry of Environment, for example, is also involved in these. They try and streamline those processes. So we do tend to refer to the MNRF more commonly, but other ministries, Ministry of Environment, for example, for items such as dust or something like that would be heavily involved in commenting before MNRF approves the actual site plans.
But, so thank you. And to clarify, I can't remember what environment's called now, Ministry of Environment, Conservation, whatever it is now, changes all the time. But anyway, they would be more a commenting agency to MNRF in terms of approval of the license though, right? Because MNRF is approving the license and the plan, et cetera. Accurate?
That's correct. They would have a commenting function, but similar to Deputy Mayor Gregg's comment about future enforcement and dealing with any issues, the respective ministries have their own areas of jurisdiction, so they would be involved throughout the duration of the operation of the pit, whether it's 10 or 12 years, for example.
Thank you. And I think my last one is on the proposed entranceway. Has that been finalized, or to what extent has that been finalized with Oxford County?
The proposed entrance on Road 96, I would say it's not finalized until the actual permit itself or the approval is given by County Public Works. However, in speaking with County Public Works, they're very close to being in a position to issue that permit. There are some technical details they're awaiting from the applicant. There was, for example, a requirement for an eastbound taper lane to be addressed. There are signage requirements. You will note in the report there's also a comment surrounding the current 80-kilometer-an-hour zone through the village, and County Public Works have commented that they are recommending that that be extended further west and brought down to a 60-kilometer-an-hour zone, in part to address community safety and some of the areas of concern of resident groups, but also they just feel in order to best accommodate this proposed entrance, that is an area that they feel should be addressed as part of the application.
Thank you. Any other questions from council for the planner? Deputy Mayor.
Just a related question to your previous question. In terms of, the license is, and the license and the site plan is the jurisdiction and approval of the ministry. It requires the zone change that we are looking at today. We're looking at the appropriateness of the zone change. The safety in relation to the entrance operationally is influenced by the traffic study. That's part of what forms the ministry approval. So the ministry is endorsing that the transportation impact study is safe enough. The county jurisdiction of issuing that permit, if we do a zone change here, that allows for the ministry to issue the license, but the operation cannot take place until that permit is issued by the county public works. Is that correct?
That is correct. So what would happen here is the site plans have been approved by the ministry January of this year. The next step is this application that's before council today. Subsequent to that, the applicant would need to address the county public works requirement for the entrance and all of the details required in order to secure that permit prior to any aggregate extraction occurring.
And so as part of the zone change, we sometimes have planning applications where the safety of, say, for example, like the driveway component or whatnot is part of our application and our jurisdiction, is part then of our consideration. But because this zone change is Zorra, but because it's county road, the consideration of the safety of the entrance is held is not endorsed or raising concern based on the function of how we interact with the zone change. What I'm trying to establish is if there are concerns around the safety of the entrance, that whether a zone change is put in place or not, that those safety issues are still to be addressed in the referenced ongoing work that County Public Works is currently engaging in with the applicant. If the applicant does not arrive at meaningful, satisfactory, safe enhancements to the satisfaction of County Public Works, does a zone change approval today allow for them to proceed, or it would still be, they would still have to comply with the standards set out by County Public Works? It feels cart before the horse to me to not have confirmation on approvals of the entrance in terms of safety. And so because the report references that there's ongoing negotiations to achieve that safety, it feels like an important piece of this application. But if I'm understanding correctly, it is actually functionally a separate piece. It's related to, it's important part of, but the zone change doesn't either endorse nor speak against the safety aspect of the entrance. Is that correct?
Through the mayor.
Sorry.
To the deputy's question. That is correct. So they are separate processes. The zone change is separate and independent from an entrance permit. And just as we rely on, for example, we rely on the comments from the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority with issues associated with floodplain or wetlands, et cetera, and just as we rely on experts for noise studies and whether or not proposed berms are satisfactory from an acoustic standpoint, and just as we rely on those things to inform the required operational setbacks for crushing activities as part of the extraction work, we rely on the expertise of, in this case, County Public Works to advise us, as the report suggests, as to whether or not they're in a position to issue their required permit. It's outside of the scope of this council, but what we've done is highlighted the fact that here are the comments that County Public Works has. As far as the safety, that's part of the reason why they require these traffic impact studies to address all of those. Not fully address, I will not say fully address all of these issues. We know that anytime we're issuing a new entrance, particular for an industrial user, there will be impacts. That is understood. County Public Works is putting in place a framework where they say we can issue the permit, however, these things need to be done as part of that issuance. So the signage, for example, that the report references, the taper lane, the eastbound taper lane, for example, and they have made a recommendation too of further extending that 60-kilometer-an-hour zone further west of the subject property.
Anyone else? I'm going to attempt to ask this, a similar question in a different way. In general, it would be possible to request the zone change and get the zone change without an additional or changed entrance permit. Also, it would be possible to request an entrance permit for other reasons and not the zone change. They're related, but not causal to each other.
Sorry, I'm just going to have you repeat the question.
The owner, sorry, I was trying to simplify it, and maybe I've made it worse. An owner of the property could simply, without any zone change application whatsoever, come forward and request an entrance permit from Oxford County.
That is correct, yes.
Equally, somebody could come forward for a zone change request and not request an entrance permit at all.
That is correct.
Thank you. Any other questions from council for the planner on the report? Is the applicant here, and do they wish to speak to their application? Just make sure the red light is on when you are speaking.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council and staff, and members of the public that are here this morning. My name is Melanie Horton. I'm a registered professional planner with Escher Planning, and I'm the agent for Wilhelm Excavating Limited, the applicant here this morning. Mr. Wilhelm is here in the audience as well, if questions come up that he can assist in answering. Beside me is Bernie Jansen. Bernie's a principal with Harrington McCavan Limited, and Bernie has been very involved in the related Aggregate Resources Act application. And I'd like to thank Mr. McDonald for his very complete presentation and report. I'm going to do my best not to duplicate what he's already provided in the report, but would just like to highlight a few things about the application and the applicant and speak a little bit about the related Aggregate Resources Act process. So hopefully I get this. There we go. So a little bit about the applicant. Wilhelm Excavating Limited is a family-owned business. They're based currently in the Stratford area, and they specialize in excavation services as well as producing sand and gravel. The company has a strong focus on safety and local community involvement. I know Mr. Wilhelm is particularly involved with the United Way, and his contributions to date are over $100,000 to that charity. He's also done various community donations in the Stratford area, and I understand recently provided some assistance right here in Harrington with providing a float service for a bridge that was required for a community trail. The company has an excellent record of compliance with their aggregate sites, the two licenses they operate in the Stratford area. They're side by side, so they're single operation, and also with rehabilitation or site restoration. This is a very detailed slide, and Mr. McDonald has already provided most of these details, but just briefly, this is an application for a sand and gravel pit operation, which would operate above the water table, and the Ministry of Natural Resources defines above the water table as being not within 1.5 meters of the high water table, so that's the case here. It is a very deep aggregate deposit, very high quality. The operation would be phased, again, as Mr. McDonald described, from north to south, essentially. And the operation includes acoustic berming, largely around the north and northeast portions of the site. There are also some natural features which function as an acoustic barrier as well, just south of those berms. There's a visual barrier or berm along the east limit of the site, and then there's another acoustic berm and a tree screen along the south limit of the site. You can just see in the image on the bottom left, which is an excerpt from the operations page, there's an arc area that's shaded, and that's a restriction area for processing. So the noise controls are detailed on the site plan, but in addition to those acoustic berms, there are specific restrictions around operations in certain parts of the site. All of those are derived from the acoustic engineering report and are designed to ensure that the site can operate in compliance with provincial guidelines. The proposed entrance, as we've talked about this morning, is onto County Road 28 or 96. The maximum tonnage limit is 500,000 tons per year, with an estimated just over 6 million tons of aggregate resource in the site. And rehabilitation will be primarily to an agricultural use, but there is also a fairly robust woodland restoration component along the west limit. And the image on the bottom right is an excerpt from that rehabilitation page that shows in the darker gray, that's the restoration area. In terms of the planning considerations, the site is currently designated as agricultural in the official plan and also is identified as a high aggregate potential for sand and gravel resource. That comes from both the provincial mapping and the county official plan mapping. And you'll see that image on the top of the slide. The orange areas are those areas identified as high potential for aggregate. The use is permitted in the agricultural designation, subject to meeting policy requirements, and of course, as we're aware, the amendment to the zoning bylaw is required, in addition to the license application. The provincial policy statement and the county official plan policies require that aggregate resources be protected and made available for extraction, and importantly, that they be designed to minimize environmental and social impacts. The related process under the Aggregate Resources Act, or the ARA as it's commonly referred to, requires a notification and consultation process separate from the municipal process, and that's been formally ongoing since late 2024, but as we've heard, work on this application has been in the works for I think most of 4 years now. The site work, the field visits, all the technical work that's been done has been ongoing for several years. There were a number of revisions made to the initial site plans that were submitted in 2024, and those were to address comments from the agencies primarily, most notably the Ministry of Natural Resources, and we did hear that their focus was really on the woodland restoration piece. I will say, if you're familiar with the aggregate site plans, if you look at a set of plans from even 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, certainly the level of detail is substantially more in a 2026 set of site plans. So you will see, you need to blow them up to sort of bed sheet size to read all the notes. There are dozens and dozens of notes related to controls for noise control, dust control, natural environment, hydrogeology, and those are all contained on the site plans. They are, as we've just heard this morning in the questions, enforced by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. But I would note that there's also, and this is typical of pit operations, there's at the entrance to the site, there's a sign with the license number and a phone number. And people are encouraged, if they see something or have questions, to contact the operator. It's very much in the spirit of being a good neighbor that Mike would be more than happy to hear from people as things are rolling along. The community concerns were highlighted again in Mr. McDonald's report. They include, this is not a comprehensive list, but noise, dust, groundwater impacts, traffic, environmental impacts, cultural heritage, and compatibility with the community of Harrington. The work over the past couple of years has focused on attempting to resolve and address those concerns. We do recognize there's a number of people here this morning that continue to have concerns with the application. But what I can say is, based on the ministry's review, the provincial review, and the municipal review, which included a peer review element, that the site plans do incorporate design considerations and operating conditions to address these concerns. And then finally, there was mention of the county proposal to reduce the speed limit through the community of Harrington, and the applicant has expressed their support for that proposed initiative. Oh, gone the wrong way here. So in summary, the site contains a very high quality of sand and gravel resource. It's recognized in the provincial and municipal mapping as an important resource area. Aggregate, I think, as everyone is aware, is a very important resource required to support construction of roads, homes, schools, and infrastructure. The design and operating condition have been reviewed and peer-reviewed in the context of ensuring that environmental and social impacts are minimized. Progressive rehabilitation of the site to an agricultural after-use with a detailed woodland restoration plan reflects a commitment to restoration of the site. And over the life of the site, I'm sure you're probably aware of TORC, the Ontario Aggregate Resources Corporation. Many years ago, that was, I think, 11 cents a ton was the contribution that was required from pit operations. It was increased, I think, initially to 19 cents. It goes up every year based on the Consumer Price Index, so it's currently about 25 cents per ton. 61% of that goes to the local municipality, or Zorra, and then 15% to the upper tier, in this case Oxford County. So over the life of this particular operation, those contributions would generate just over $1 million to Zorra and about $250,000 to Oxford County. Finally, Wilhelm Excavating Limited has been recognized as a good operator in the Stratford area. They've contributed material and donations to numerous community projects in that community where they currently operate. I believe that's the last slide, so I'm very happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you. Questions from council for the applicant? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So like I said before I spoke last time, we don't do these all the time. So I think it's a great opportunity to ask questions. So as part of the application and approval process with the ministry, there is a large series of studies that are a requirement, and then, as you referenced, the peer reviews and the ongoing work to finalize what is acceptable in the site plan and operational scope for the site. I am not going to pretend to be any type of expert or engineer, and so the bulk of what is in those studies is really, in approvals from the ministry. That is the endorsement that it's correct. In the peer review is the confirmation that has had a second point of contact. So the two things that I wanted to follow up on, in the Escher Planning peer review summary applicant response, I see in the end result a lot of the initial peer review areas addressed and confirmed and then reflected in the plan. I had a question about number 10, to request the applicant to relabel the optional storage berm adjacent to the 31st line as a visual berm that is required to screen the active phases of the pit operation. If that was to address that first more northern berm, or the second one that is still labeled as an optional storage berm, and if that change was made, or if that was referencing the one that is still labeled as optional.
Through the mayor, thank you for the question, and I believe it was for the visual storage berm. So there's two types of berms on the site plans. The acoustic berm is designed, and specifically the height and configuration, based on the acoustic engineer's modeling for noise. If there's extra overburden on the site that needs a home, it would go along the perimeter, but it's not classified as an acoustic berm, so it's a visual berm. But yes, those so that's the distinction there. I'm not sure if I've answered the question, but
no, that's great. And in the mapping, I can see sort of those arched lines where that berm is located is really a visual barrier, but in terms of where operations are happening, that the acoustic berm and that the positioning of those are in relation to addressing and remediating those impacts.
That's correct. And there's one other little detail that Mr. Jansen reminded me of, and you have to kind of go carefully through the notes, but on the property, kind of in the north part, there's an old gravel pit. I think they took some material out a few years ago just for kind of farm use. So it's at the elevation of the final pit floor where it would be. So the equipment initially has to go there, which is a bit unique. You don't see that all the time. Usually it's on the surface, and then as you work through, you can lower the equipment, so it provides additional screening for noise. But here we have a case that they're able to locate that plant the operating plant at the lower elevation, and then have the berm. So you've got added noise protection.
And then the second part of that one was that a tree screen could be added in front of the visual berm adjacent to 31st line to mitigate visual impacts and increase land use compatibility. And the comment was that, that it was being reviewed with the applicant. I'm not an expert on reading the site plans, so I can't confirm if that was incorporated or not. Would you be able to provide some update on the, on a tree line, a tree screen being potentially added?
I can't. So the tree screen right now, the only tree screen that's shown on the site plans is along the south limit, adjacent to the residential property just south of the site. There isn't a tree screen along the county road. No.
And then I have one more. The, hold on. In terms of, I know there's been a lot of conversation around the Harrington Community Center, the old schoolhouse, and the designation or not designation. In the HGC response to peer review report, item 2A speaks to that the Harrington Community Center is located to the opposite side of 31st line. As a community center is defined as a noise-sensitive institutional purpose building, it's required to be considered in the assessment of noise mitigation measures. I see the response that it is not currently, it's understood that it's not currently operational, but nonetheless, during the course of the analysis, we determined the gravel pit sound levels in the vicinity of that building are similar to the sound levels in the vicinity of R3 and R4 and meet the applicable limits. So because I don't understand what R3, R4, or how this analysis works, what I'm looking to ensure is that if that community center is currently non-operational, is this making assumptions that the acceptable level of noise will require that to essentially remain non-operational for the next 12 years? Does the function of that property influence how those sounds were interpreted at that site?
So that's through the mayor. That's a very good question. And so what I can tell you is the noise impact assessment does specifically reference the community center. I think they note that, or in my response to the peer review comments, noted it isn't currently occupied or may not have been at the time of that response. However, the standards, the provincial standards for the noise impact studies require not only to look at existing structures, but also vacant land. So if there's a vacant property even, you have to design the controls assuming in the future a house or another structure would be built there. So the short answer is yes, those controls do account for use of the community center, the school, and any residence on a vacant lot that's in the area.
Any other questions for the applicant from council? Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public attending in person or virtually who wish to speak to the application? Just form a line, I guess, or talk amongst yourselves, or... Thank you. Can you remind me of that? We'll do that one next.
You don't have to be too close to it, and Marcus will tell you to say your name before you. Okay.
I'll turn it over to you.
Hello, my name is Sheena Jongerden. I grew up in Zorra Township, and I've recently moved back to Zorra. My husband and I live in the village of Harrington with our 3 children, who are 10, 6, and 4. We are so fortunate to live in Harrington. We are fortunate to have space and opportunity and a caring and kind community. We are teaching our children to be appreciative of their community and to be caretakers and stewards of their home so we can continue to live in a beautiful place. We strongly oppose this pit. It is too close to the village of Harrington. We have serious concerns about the negative impacts of this pit on the village, including the increased heavy truck traffic, noise and dust pollution, loss of farmland, and the negative impacts on the environment during the 10, and I'm just learning this morning, to 12, perhaps, years of operation and beyond. Harrington is a designated community safety zone. According to the Ontario Highway Traffic Act, a community safety zone is where, quote, public safety is of special concern on that part of the highway. Fines for speeding are doubled in community safety zones as there is increased pedestrian activity because of schools, parks, and community spaces. And I don't think this has been mentioned this morning, but just past the school and to the north is the Ball Diamond and Park, which is used regularly. Can anyone on council tell me why it would be a good idea to have a gravel pit in a community safety zone? Does that make any sense? Would this be having special concern for public safety as outlined in the Traffic Act? Would Harrington get extra traffic monitoring? Accessing the park and the playground on the highway can be a challenge due to the already heavy traffic from gravel and cement trucks. Our school buses travel these roads daily. Adding the 12 trucks an hour from the Wilhelm site to the already very busy highway could not possibly be treating public safety as a special concern. Reducing a gravel truck from 80 kilometers to 60 kilometers is not good enough in my view. Of our 3 children, 2 have asthma. Asthma is chronic inflammation of the airways, causing coughing, wheezing, and difficulty breathing. We manage our children's breathing with steroid inhalers. Their symptoms can flare at any point, but are worse when they have colds or when there are irritants in the air, like dust and pollution. We go to regular appointments with our respiratory therapist and doctor to make sure we are managing these symptoms. If we can't manage their breathing, our children can go into what our respiratory therapist refers to as the red zone, where inhalers aren't effective, and breathing has become difficult to the point of indrawing. These symptoms require an immediate visit to the hospital. One such instance happened to our daughter in November of 2025. Her breathing was so labored that immediately after seeing triage in the Children's Hospital in London, she was ushered to the first bed in direct view of the nurse's station and her assigned doctor's desk. We stayed there for at least 10 hours with various interventions, including oral and IV medication and countless inhalers, getting her oxygen back to an acceptable level. One of the long-term dangers of asthma is the development of more serious lung diseases like COPD in later life if the chronic inflammation of the airways results in scarring. According to the Canadian Centre for Occupational Health and Safety, silica is found in sand and rock and is very prevalent in gravel pits and quarries. Exposure to silica can cause irreversible lung damage and disease. It is known as a Group 1 carcinogen and can cause a progressive and usually fatal disease called silicosis. It is also linked to COPD, one of the very diseases that we are working to prevent for our children. Having a gravel pit in our community will undoubtedly increase the amount of dust containing silica into the air. I am extremely concerned that the berms described in the report will not be enough to prevent a serious hazard to those living in Harrington. We will be exposed to 10 to 12 years of silica dust caused by the extraction and crushing activities and wind erosion right within our community. The report from the township does not include any air quality experts or reports. It does not stipulate 24/7 dust monitoring, and I don't see any dust control measures beyond the described berms. There's no other measures described. The absence of this dust monitoring and control in this application is highly concerning to me as a member of the community and as a parent. Recently, I took a drive on the 35th line to the site of Federal White Cement in Ward 1 of Zorra Township. When driving past the looming piles of gravel, clearly visible several kilometers away, my 4-year-old daughter asked why we were there. I told her that I wanted to have a look at the gravel pits close to where we live because some people want to put a gravel pit near Harrington. She looked out the window at the massive piles of gravel and said, "Wow, that's scary." I was there to check out the property on the 35th line that's just west of the Federal White Cement site. The 911 sign number is 355222. It's a red brick house where one of my classmates from Zorra Highland Park grew up. Her family eventually moved. Maybe you're familiar with the property in your ward, Councillor Stewart. It was once a family home surrounded by farmland and is now run down and derelict because a dusty industrial operation is within view, right in their front yard. It is concerning to think about how this type of industry affected this family and how industry so close to our home and the homes of our neighbors could affect us similarly. Our family has chosen to live in Zorra Township. If our home in Zorra Township becomes unlivable from the dust, noise, and traffic, our properties could face the same fate as the run-down, dusty stretch of road by Federal White Cement. My opposition to this gravel pit in Harrington is not NIMBYism. This gravel pit does not belong in our backyard because it doesn't belong in anyone's backyard. Allowing this industry so close to the village would be sending a clear message to the inhabitants of Harrington that you don't care about our health or the quality of our lives there. I have recently joined the Harrington and Area Community Association, also known as HACA. I have attended several meetings this year, and I've been blown away by the work of this association. They are doing great things to keep our community vibrant. When our kids asked why I was going to these meetings on Monday nights at bedtime, I told them that now that we live in this community, it is important to belong and to contribute. We had them remember our Harrington Day from August of 2025 and how much fun we had exploring our own backyard, enjoying all the great activities that the members of HACA and others had worked so hard to bring to the village. One such event was to recreate the big picture from the old Boys and Girls Reunion in 1925, right in front of Pitts Hill, the proposed site of this gravel pit. Harrington Gristmill was established in 1846. I wonder what we will have to celebrate in 20 years at its 200th anniversary. Will we have a vibrant community with a conservation area and beautiful spaces filled with the life and work of local people? Or will we have derelict, dusty, abandoned properties where people who were trying to make a life had to uproot and try elsewhere? Whenever I see a Zorra Township logo, we can see it on the wall right behind us here, I notice the slogan, "Doing Our Part." Doing our part is also the main message for Mayor Ryan when you visit the Township Council website. Here's some of what Mayor Ryan has to say. "We strive to make Zorra better by doing our part, and I hope you'll join us. Zorra works hard to be vibrant, engaged, environmentally conscious, and economically prosperous. Zorra offers an exceptional rural lifestyle. Our location allows residents and businesses to enjoy a small village atmosphere with abundant green spaces, easy and fast access to big city amenities and large consumer markets, all while enjoying the advantages of living next to your farm neighbors. Join us and add to your community by doing your part." End quote. Looking at the people in attendance today behind me, I see a lot of people from Harrington who are actively doing their part, people who are volunteering their time and working tirelessly to preserve our community's heritage and environment and leave this place better than they found it for the coming generations. People who strive to make Zorra better, as we are called to do. But today I wanted to ask the councillors, what does that slogan mean to you? Are you doing your part? If so, what part? For whom? You still have a chance here to do your part. Do your part as a councillor of the people who elected you, and do your part for the people who will live with your choices and decisions for many years to come, long after your time in office is over. Please do not allow this gravel pit in our village. Thank you.
Question? There's no applause during the council meeting. We're going to respect that this council is here to do the business of all 9,000 residents of the township. We're going to hear from everyone. We're not going to interrupt them, and we're going to do that business respectfully. Thank you all. Are there any questions for the speaker from council? Thank you. I have a couple. So first of all, I agree with almost all of your concerns around dust and noise and traffic. Are you aware that the Township of Zorra is a member of the top aggregate producing municipalities of Ontario and in fact one of the founding members?
Mm-hmm.
and that we are advocating with the province for all exactly those reasons because they are beyond the control of a municipality.
Say that again.
Are you aware that one of the main reasons that we are a founding member, and in fact a current member in good standing with the deputy mayor representing us on TAPMO, is because a lot of those issues are specifically beyond the control of a municipality, and so we advocate with various ministries, in particular the MNRF, to address those issues because we can't address those issues.
Okay, so yeah, I do understand that. I think it's important that these issues still be brought forward by the public. So
Yeah, I'm not saying they shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just, I wanted to make sure that, you know, the responsibility isn't being passed off, that we're doing as much as we possibly can here.
Yeah, so to clarify, I would say there's no responsibility to pass off, because with respect to those issues, this council has no responsibility, no authority, no control, no ability to enforce, so there's nothing for us to pass off. We do share the concerns, and that's why we advocate with the ministry on a regular basis, and our local MPP. Have you spoken to your MPP about any of these issues?
No, I have not.
Okay. I'll be frank with you. I was really with you right up until the point where you suggested that we don't care about the community if we approve this. I think with great confidence I can speak on behalf of every single member of this council, and certainly on behalf of myself, that the only reason that the five of us are here is not for the money or the power. We're here because we care about our community. That doesn't mean that we all agree all the time. I would also point out that in addition to all the people who are here presumably to support you, there are other people here who are also now residents of the community. They are electors in the next municipal election. They own that property and they are your neighbors now. So the suggestion, frankly, that if I don't vote the way somebody wants means I don't care is offensive, rude, and disrespectful to members of your community who have come here to serve and are frankly not getting paid anything remotely near minimum wage. If people imagine that, you know, Councillor Mitchell is here for the raw power of being a council and it's his retirement plan, I assure you it is not. The only reason the five of us are here, four now because of pecuniary interest, is because we care about our community and are frankly here willing to make tough decisions on behalf of our community that we know will not always be popular. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we're going to go to the virtual one next.
I'm hoping Sonia will go first.
Sure, Sam, I'll go ahead. Just trying to turn on my camera. Hello, my name is Sonia Jensen. I guess our family property is directly affected by this application. It's located on Road 96, some 30 meters from the property line. I think we've been very vocal about our concerns over the long term, much as the previous speaker just suggested, of the impacts of dust and noise and safety for the community and for our enjoyment of the property and our quality of life. And recognizing the words of your worship, suggesting that this council has almost little capacity or no tools to manage this development. They seem to be only in charge of approving a site plan rezoning application. It's hard to understand how those two things go together, sort of no control over the development, but site planning rezoning application approval. I wondered if there have been any development benefits that have been considered. There was a suggestion by the consultant representing the applicant that monies will flow from this development both to the county and to the municipality, and I'm wondering where are the development benefits of this proposal that will go to the people of Harrington. What we all see is a decreased quality of life and a decreased value in our properties.
So you're looking for an answer to that question now? I just want to clarify if it was rhetorical or not.
I am looking for an answer. Yeah. Has anyone considered, as part of the negotiation and the application for rezoning, it often happens in more urban developments that municipalities ask for development benefits from development projects to go back to the community to have a direct and positive benefit to the community rather than only negative impacts of the development. And I wondered, has there been any process or consideration for that kind of approach with this particular application? And if not, why not?
So first of all, I'll clarify that there has been no negotiation here between the township and the applicant. This is a land use planning application under the Planning Act, and there has been no negotiation. I will note that the applicant did mention that there will be money flowing on a per tonnage levy basis to the township and the county. That is provincial legislation and regulation specifically that Zorra advocated for as a member of TAPMO. I want to say maybe a decade ago to get that increased. I will say that in general, that per ton levy does not compensate for the increased demand on our infrastructure. I can't comment specifically with respect to this application, and especially because it's on a county road, but in general, the per ton levy that municipalities receive does not compensate for the increased demand on the infrastructure. So it is not while it is revenue that we do not receive today, there will also be increased demands on infrastructure that in general are higher than the per tonnage levy that we receive. So it's not any kind of net revenue stream benefit to residents. Additionally, the property will pay property taxes though, and the revenue from the per tonnage levy and the property taxes will be up to a council of the future to determine what they want to do with that and how it may or may not benefit our residents.
Thank you.
Did you have any more?
I mean, certainly I could continue about all the negative impacts that have been discussed by other speakers today and the concerns that the community has raised time and again. I think the main commitment I'm willing to make is to ensure that our air quality monitoring does happen on an independent basis over the duration of this project should it go forward. And I mean, we have no recourse. We have spent countless hours and years as well, as much effort as the consultant has made to comply with many regulations, we have made in order to organize and protest this development because of its significant impact to a very special place and a place that is supposed to be protected as a recreational, residential, bicycle lane, official plan proposal community. And I think it's a real concern for all of the residents that there seem to be very little tools to protect ourselves from those impacts and very many tools to generate a lot of information, detailed information about the science of this development and demonstrate how it will meet certain levels, but none of those really address considerations for humans. We've heard more and there has been more written about protecting a piece of landscape in a ravine than there has been in any of these studies about the impacts potentially to the people that live just next door.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I have a question for staff in relation to the commenters. Is that permitted at this time? The approval for the license is in the jurisdiction of the ministry. Does the provincial government allow for the municipality to negotiate specific additional community benefits as part of the approval from the municipal side of things? If we were to negotiate specific community benefit, is that something that our provincial government would uphold if it were to be appealed?
Through the mayor to the question, it's a great question, and I think the speaker did a good job of speaking about how there are tools in place, and there are in fact planning tools in place in some municipalities for things such as bonusing or community benefits. There are actual legislative frameworks for those things. That is not something that is in place in Zorra or in Oxford County, in particular with respect to aggregate operations. I will say when there's discussion of community benefit, that often comes up as part of the consultation during the ARA process, which the applicant has gone through. It's one of the reasons why they have that statutory requirement to go through those public open house sessions to hear the community's concerns. And in many instances, for aggregate operations, the community may say, you know, we have a park in this area, you know, would you be willing to contribute to that park, or some form of benefit in that capacity? And in my experience, the proponents of these aggregate pits, more often than not, are happy to contribute to such causes for the community. But as far as trying to leverage a community benefit and put that against the ARA process and the licensing process by the province, that's not something that can be done, no.
Any other questions for the speaker from council? All right, we have somebody else virtually then, right?
I guess
Sorry,
that
were you
will be
wanting
me.
to speak or?
Can you-
Sorry, there's no questions from the gallery for the speakers in this format, okay? But you will have an opportunity to speak later on if you want. Okay, can we go to the next?
It's you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Am I up now?
You're up.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for having us. I'm not a great ad libber, so I'm going to speak from prepared notes, but I'll have to adjust things somewhat based on what people have said already. I assume that you've read my email, so I will connect some of my email points to the zoning report. Our situation is unique. Proposing a pit abutting a settlement and on a hill where the prevailing wind blows over it and onto the village, that's unique. Pit licensing rules seem to assume that all pits would be on level ground and unlikely to affect anybody living further away than 120 meters. Take noise, for instance. The report states that the applicant's noise impact assessment is based on the worst case scenarios on the nearest sensitive receptors. That is, they only looked within the magical 120 meter zone. But the report also concluded from that due to the sound berms, the impact of the operation on the village is mitigated to an acceptable level. Well, nobody looked at the impact of sound on the rest of the village beyond the 120 meter zone. How can we tell how much the sound is going to echo far into the community? And how can the report indicate that the level is acceptable when the residents of the village have not even been approached for their input and or their ideas? The report describes the consultation process in a paltry 2 paragraphs, saying that community members were involved in the licensing process as well as the zone change process. It fails to mention the peer reports we submitted or to even give lip service to the fact that Harrington is unique in the exceptional level of expertise and knowledge that several of its residents command. In fact, too much of our involvement consisted of trying to learn to understand the process and struggling to obtain basic documentation. For instance, the planning justification report dated June 2024, 22 months ago, we only received a copy 6 weeks ago. And now we understand that the applicant has submitted a revised version of the traffic impact study that we have not yet seen. The report highlights concerns raised at the public meeting, but failed to capture the serious fear that was expressed regarding the pit entrance, although Spencer did cover that verbally this morning. whatever document purports to describe what was said at that meeting was not made available to us. In fact, I was told at the meeting that there would be no record. Sheena has pointed out the serious concern regarding air quality for people who would be living downhill and downwind from the pit. The 120-meter zone just doesn't take into consideration the fact that the wind won't be stopped. I understand that in Springwater, Ontario, a dust mediation policy was developed for a pit there and approved by the OLT. That policy was the result of collaboration among the applicant, the municipality, and the community. Now, if the applicant is a good neighbor, as the speaker says he wants to be, why hasn't he worked with the community, spoken with people like Sheena to discuss and research ways that their concerns could be mitigated rather than putting us through this adversarial process? Throughout the report, several references are made to approval of the site plans by the ministry. I find that description to be misleading. The June 16th letter from the ministry only says that the site plans have addressed the ministry's outstanding comments. The ministry has not yet received or considered our objection forms. The ministry's part in this process is not over. The application as it stands could lead to the operator breaking the law. The operations plan refers to extracting and processing on Saturdays beginning at 7 a.m. However, the township noise bylaw, your bylaw, says that gravel pits are prohibited from processing before 8 a.m. on Saturdays. The fact that I've pointed this out to several people and they failed to acknowledge worries me. There must have been a reason that the noise bylaw was drafted as it is, but why does it now not matter? Is it that the bylaw should be changed, or should the procedures for approval be adjusted to ensure that these types of conflicts are not allowed? Another unique aspect of this proposed pit is that it would be adjacent to a pit owned by the township. What was the good and valuable consideration that the township received for entering the mutual boundary agreement in February 2024, long before the public was aware of the impending application? Was it truly just business as usual when the township would find itself later in a decision-making position regarding the pit's zoning? Knowing and respecting the township staff involved, I can't imagine that there was anything inappropriate involved, but might others see things otherwise? A question that I think deserves some consideration. English common law is sometimes described as living law because it can change when existing law is found to be ineffective in unique situations. I submit to you that the unique nature of our situation calls for a very deep and serious analysis of the many questions that have become obvious. Please, I ask you to defer deciding on this application until these questions are satisfactorily answered and the law changed if appropriate. If it will take more than the 120-day limit of the Planning Act, then please pass an interim control bylaw so that when a decision is made, it will be the best one for all concerned: the applicant, the community, the municipality, the environment. Section 3.4.1.1 of the official plan states that among its strategic initiatives and objectives are, quote, to ensure that where mineral aggregate resources and settlements are located in proximity to one another, measures are incorporated in all new pit or quarry license applications to minimize potential conflict between aggregate operations and settlement uses. I'm sorry to question your statement, Mr. Mayor, but the suggestion that the township cannot do cannot do anything contradicts the official plan, because it says that section 3.4.1.5.1, it says that the township must request specific and significant measures that could include aspects such as hours of operation, several others, and any other mitigation measures deemed appropriate. No, you cannot demand that, you cannot require that something be done, but you could have, or still could, because the process isn't closed, you could submit to the ministry that they should require the applicant to be the good neighbor that he says he is, and engage the community. I find it ironic that I feel like I'm begging you, the township, to do your part, considering what the official plan says, while your strategic plan commits you to work with Harrington community members to better engage the community. I like Sheena, I want to ask you to do your part. I know that you care. I know that you feel frustrated by the process. Well, we care deeply because this is our community, and we want to be enabled, empowered to do our part as well. That's it.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker from council? I have a question for staff based on one of the questions, both specifically with respect to noise, but also with respect to hours of operation. Does the license that would theoretically be approved by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry supersede any restrictions that the municipality could put in place with respect to those areas?
Thank you. To the noise specifically, we had noticed this, and Mr. Coughlin, as mentioned, had identified that there may be an issue between the township's noise bylaw and the proposed hours of operation, in particular on a Saturday. I did discuss that with management at the county too, and was advised that the actual licensing process does in fact supersede the township's noise bylaw when it comes to hours of operation for an aggregate operation.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, there was one more virtual one, I think, was there? Just one more.
Yes, I would like to speak.
Go ahead.
The technical, they talk about 5 million tons of aggregate, good quality aggregate being available, and they plan to work 10 years or whatever to take it out. However, and it's supposed to stay above ground or above the water table. The technical report on the gravel says a good portion of it, I don't know, it's up to 6 million. So approximately 3 million of it is under the water table. Now, how can you extract 5 million tons above the water table when a good portion of it is below the water table? I'd like to know how that can be done, except for another application for below the water table extraction that Mr. Wilhelm does up in his other pits.
So
Can we
I would,
solve that problem?
I'll,
If
I'll,
they,
I'll attempt to answer that in part in that the application that's in front of us is for above the water table, to be clear, not below the water table. Additionally, that portion of the application is not within the scope of this council, the township, to even consider, never mind approve. So it's not really relevant to a zone change application. Notwithstanding that you may have legitimate concerns, it's not within the power of the municipality to even consider that factor, never mind approve it or not.
is there not a requirement that the reports and application be accurate, that we can take out 3 million tons?
The municipality doesn't have the scope to verify that. We do have a third-party independent study review some of the work, but we are not the licensing authority for the extraction, and we don't attempt to duplicate the capacities or expertise of the Ministry of Natural Resources in that respect, because it's not within our scope to approve it. We don't have the ability, and even if we did have the ability, we can't say there isn't that many tons, or there is, or this much is above or below. That's not what this council is considering today, and because we legally don't have the authority to do it, and we don't have the organizational capacity to do it.
Mm-hmm. Well, can you not question somebody, I'm sorry to ask that, but about the accuracy of their work, of making sure that the reports are accurate?
So I think Planner McDonald thinks that he might have something to add to that, so I'm going to let him speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ryan. To the delegate's question about the actual amount, the quantity of aggregate resource, the summary statement indicates that it is actually all above the water table, that 6 million tons. So this quantification of 3 million or going below the water table, again, as you mentioned, what's before council today is the use itself. It's not the parameters of the pit. It's not saying if it's 5, 6, or 10 or 20 million tons of aggregate material that's to be extracted. It's about the use of the extraction activity itself. The parameters of how much is extracted in any given year, how much is extracted within the lifespan of the pit, those are licensing issues that are addressed by the ministry specifically.
I would add that you asked the question, Mr. Jensen, about are there other people that you could question about this, and I would suggest that you can always talk to the proponent, your neighbor in the village of Harrington now, but also you have an MPP, you have the Ministry of Natural Resources, you have the Minister of Natural Resources. All those people are available to question on these things, and it is within the scope of their responsibility, the matters around how much gravel is being extracted, whether it's below or above the water table, what the rehabilitation is like, the noise and dust one. So excellent question, and there are in fact democratically elected people who are accountable for this that are available for you to question.
Well, thank you, but it looks like it looks what do you call it? Contradictory to what one part of the application says and what the other part of the application says. So, and the ministry has not answered my question on that. I asked them. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions for the speaker from council? And there's nobody else virtually now, correct? Is there anybody else in person who wishes to speak to the application? Sorry, I should have done that when I said it.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. And thanks to everyone who came to support our cause, because we are very concerned about this development. And we are familiar with aggregate application processes and whatnot. I'm going to be as brief as I can. and let you know our concerns. If granted, this new pit license would become the 7th aggregate extraction pit located on the same moraine hill, immediately west of Harrington, and overlooking the well-preserved former Stone School House, SS number 4, now Harrington Community Center, which opened in 1869. It has been deemed worthy of heritage designation and listed since 2005 in Appendix 4 of the database of the Oxford Cultural Heritage Database. During our 100-year photo event, which was referred to by a previous speaker, last August, our honorable MPP, Ernie Hardeman, said that he felt the site should be designated after his short visit. Also, over the past decades, at least 3 of the past decades, with continued efforts, residents in the village have restored and preserved the grist mill, the pond, and its dam. With a lot of effort, along with Harrington Community Center, these two have been deemed already worthy of heritage designation according to provincially standardized cultural heritage evaluation reports, in brief, share reports. The rezoning application did not seem to even mention cultural heritage, as far as we know, in the previous documentation, and doesn't seem to have regard to for the impact of the development on the people or the quality of the environment in Harrington, where we live. And several older homes, like ours, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't speaking that closely. Several older homes in Harrington, like ours, built in the late 1890s and that era, were built with stone foundations or stone walls, some of them, and are also built fairly close to the road, so there's very little distance or road allowance in the town or in the village, so that they are even more vulnerable to heavy traffic and noise as well. Increasingly over the last century, these dwellings have been subject to a lot of tremors and whatnot. The proposed pit application, which plans to add another 24 double tandem trucks per hour going through the village as well as going up the hill, 5 days a week, and operating year-round indefinitely, because these licenses, once they're issued, can carry on as long as they wish. The continuous vibration pattern risks accelerating damage to these residences. And you've heard a fair bit already about the negative environmental impacts from noise, dust, and exhaust fumes as well, and vibrations to that. And now the preferred location for the proposed Hall Road, directly across Road 96 from our garden, is only a very short distance away from the access to our properties on the north side of Road 96, where we enjoy working out in the garden. We could spend days out there, and also our bee yard and the garage, and socializing around the barbecue. The traffic study by Burnside referenced above, I had mentioned it above, sorry. So the Burnside traffic study did not identify the impact of the development proposal on the safety of Road 96, which is a very busy arterial road, And also, since there's an existing wildlife corridor for deer migration through the reforested lots on the UTRCA lands north of Lot 31, Concession 1, extending southward across Road 96 through Lots 30 and 29, Concessions 1 and 2, and possibly farther, I don't know. We frequently see accidents dealing with roadkill through our stretch of the road, and we've witnessed at least 3 of them in the last several years. Now, with the proximity of the road to our home, it leaves virtually no room for road widening projects, for road expansion to accommodate larger vehicles like double tandem trucks. This problem also occurs with our neighbor, Paul Barr, and other residences eastward along the north side of Road 96 in the village. And I wish to point out to you, like, the scenario that we will be expected to live with, based on the initial site plan, our front bedroom windows at the house, which will be at level with the machinery or the crusher and whatnot, and the crusher will be about 100 meters from our front door, 100 meters. Even with a barrier around it, I'm not sure how that would be sufficient to attain all that noise. Our front door to from our front door to the northern edge of the pit property line is 30 meters. Our front door to the first potential haul road, because we're not sure which scenario they're going to go with, but it will be about 130 meters. And that's the one that's lined up with our eastern property line. And we have a direct line of sight from our east window at the house. Our east window in our dining room looks directly onto the Hall Road locations. And it's not that far. Now, moving on. Since you've already heard about the noise pollution and whatnot, I wish to bring to your attention that that several, or at least most of our visitors at the house comment on the heavy noise traffic, or traffic from the noise, sorry. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Wilhelm has mentioned it to us when he dropped in unexpectedly one time, that it seemed noisy. He had problems talking to us. And on a subsequent visit, Mr. Wilhelm suggested my husband if he didn't like the noise coming from the pit, from his proposed pit, he could just wear his headphones whenever he's outside. Yet, there's an existing road access to this property, to Mr. Wilhelm's Lot 30 Concession 1 property, along 31st line. And its use could avoid many of the issues flagged about access to Road 96/28. Why is he insisting on a new entrance at such a dangerous stretch of Road 96/28? And the Auditor General's report in 1925 produced a scathing report of the poor management of aggregate pits by MNRF, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forests, and making several recommendations, many of which were still not implemented years later. How can we trust this same organization and trust that the same won't happen here with the new aggregate mining proposed in Mr. Willman's operation? Even though he has a very good record elsewhere, this is a different situation, different pit, or a different landscape. And so, considering that Zorra Township has many other pits already, would it not be wiser to delay future development of aggregate resources so that some of them can be made available for future generations? When these other sites are exhausted and rehabilitated. Aggregate pits strip a region's natural beauty, making it look barren like a moonscape, many of them for several decades during the pit's resource extraction timeline. As you are faced with a consequential decision regarding the future of our beloved village of Harrington, please consider the kind of legacy you choose as leaders and stewards, which I know you do strive to be, of this rich agricultural land. Is it a legacy of prudent resource management, value of human beings living on the land, and fairness in distributing nature's bounty for the benefit of many generations? Or is it favoring short-sighted benefits of resource extractions, revenues for today? So I know you will keep all those things in mind as you strive to satisfy us, but we urge you to defer any decision from all of, at least until we have had time to process any of these changes that have been thrown at us again at the very last minute. And particularly when it's 24 trucks, a truck runs an hour. Think of it. Think of sitting at home trying to relax and having to listen to that all day long. Anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I forgot, could I just get you to state your name for the record?
Sorry. My name is Marielle Jensen, and I live across the road from the proposed site at 963589.
Thank you. Questions?
My apologies.
No problem. My apologies for not asking. It's my job to actually ask you to do that when you come
right.
up. So. Questions for the speaker? Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the application?
So the application still has a few, sorry, my name is...
Can I just get your name first again?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
My bad. My name is Sylvie Jensen, same property. Thank you. So the application, the applicant still has several further zoning, not zoning, but the road issue and other things too. Should this not go through, how difficult is it to change it back? If you happen to rezone it now to aggregate, but it doesn't pan out, how challenging is it to return it to, say, farmland, which is another important criteria?
So the first thing I would clarify is that council approves a zone change, which just changes the permitted use of the land. It doesn't, in fact, guarantee that it will be used for its new use, right? I mean, I can remember one like 6 or 7 years ago that we approved on the west end of this village for a mall and a car wash and a gas station, and it's not there. So we're just permitting use. So the first thing is this could be approved or not, and that doesn't guarantee what happens to the property. Likewise, to switch it back, if somebody wanted to switch it back, if it was approved for aggregate and they wanted to switch it back to agriculture, or if they wanted to try and approve it for anything else, they would go through almost exactly the same planning process that's being gone through for this, except that it would not involve the Ministry of Natural Resources approval for licensing if it was going to be requested zone change to go to residential or agricultural or anything like that. I don't know if you want to, yeah. But that would be up to the property owner to do that then, or some future property owner.
So sorry, somebody would have to go through all of this in order to return it to what the way it is now?
To change the permitted use to what it is now.
Back to agriculture.
When we change the permitted, so right now, this application, if approved, would permit aggregate extraction. It doesn't mean that they have to extract aggregate. They could continue to use the land exactly the way it is today with permission to extract aggregate. Okay? So it's not, if somebody gets a permit to add on to put an addition on their house, they're not now required to put an addition on their house. They just have permission to put it on theirs. They're still their own property and they have their own property rights. So similarly, this could be approved for aggregate extraction. That doesn't mean that aggregate will be extracted. They obviously have to get the license from the ministry as well, and as well as the zone change. And similarly, if a future property owner said, I don't want to extract it, well, first of all, they just don't have to. They could just not. But if they wanted to, in fact, change it, they would go through a zone change process, not necessarily anything to do with the ministry, to change the zoning of the land back to agricultural or to residential or whatever they wanted to. That would be a planning process that they would go through, similar to the ones you saw here this morning that were not aggregate related. Okay?
Thank you again for your time.
No problem. I'll just get you, I'm going to remember this time to state your name for the record, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Nancy Skillings. I live at 2 Victoria Street, Harrington, and I'll try to be very quick. Some of this is repetitive, but...
Well, if you're going to repeat a little bit, I'll let you, but really my job here is to say that, council's heard those concerns. Is there anything new to add?
Okay, I'll try to do that. Very confusing to me that at this time, the majority of the world is concerned about the environment, air quality, health, and safety, and realizing the value of nature, wildlife, endangered species. And yet in this small village that is known for these very things, we're at a meeting discussing approving a gravel pit at this location, which does seem absurd to me. I live at 2 Victoria Street, which is right across from the conservation area. And during my almost 26 years there, I have met and talked with many people that are here for just the reasons mentioned, whether they live here or frequent the area. The walking trail around the mill pond, the fishing, the peaceful and tranquil setting. Many bird watchers come and marvel at what they see and hear. The eagles, osprey, kingfishers, dozens of varieties of songbirds, and the sighting of a golden eagle. So many comments on what a quaint, beautiful village it is, and the idea of the hearing of things. I just sort of shocks me that this operation could run 5 days a week, 7 to 7, and then Saturday morning 7 to 7, which doesn't leave a lot of time that it's not in operation, right? In many comments, you just hear it over and over again about the historical value too of the grist mill, which is right across the street. But I'm adding to what others have said, but they expressed the concern about the safety. I have a very soft spot for children. There are no sidewalks, so foot traffic, bicycles, baby buggies, and cars, everything is on that road 9628. So let's consider children waiting for school buses, being dropped off by school buses. And I can watch 3 buses within about 8 minutes at the end of the school day. One travels down Victoria onto 96, one's traveling east, and one's traveling west. Also concerned because on Road 31, the Forest Hill School is in operation 5 days a week. Approximately 30 children ages 4 to 13 are being transported, because they aren't buses, but so 30 vehicles Monday to Friday between 8:45 and 9 and 3:20 to 30 to and from their school using that intersection of Road 31 and 96. And similarly, Tuesday and Friday, children are transported to and from the Coyote Nature School, which operates on Victoria Street out of the Harrington Hall, accessing conservation area and grist mill. So all of these, and I understand, I really appreciated Councillor Katie's comment about it's the cart before the horse. Like, I realize you're not approving the road access, but it does seem like they're interlinked. And the idea that county has approved a footpath or a bicycle path, some of these things are kind of contradictory. I understand the idea of lowering the speed limit, but lowering the speed limit, as we know, does not ensure the traffic obeys that. So I just wanted to reiterate a few things. So I urge everyone at this table to consider all the concerns of everyone as they make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker? I couldn't agree more with your comments about changing this number on the sign does not affect the speed that people drive at. It's an endless frustration of myself, of this council, of county council. So I think in your comments you're suggesting that that zoning and adjacent property use is an important thing that we should be considering. Do you know if the Coyote Nature School is appropriately zoned to use that property for school children? But is it zoned as institutional for a school use?
It's an outdoor education center.
Yeah, so it's not actually appropriately zoned is what I'm suggesting to you. So I think, no, I'm telling you that is the answer. So that may not have been your intention, but in fact, if we want to talk about who's appropriately zoned and who isn't, and therefore compatible uses, I would very much agree that going through a zone change process to analyze things is an important thing. But just because things are the way they are in certain places doesn't always necessarily mean that all the appropriate things have been considered and that it's been approved to do that thing, because the answer might have been the opposite had that been the case. I drive by almost every single day while people are waiting for the bus. Kids in strollers while their siblings are waiting for the bus. Yeah. Next speaker. And I'm going to remember again to ask you to state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sharon Smith. I'm the clerk of session of the Knox Presbyterian Church in Harrington and a member of HACA. I live on the 35th line between roads 92 and 96. I have personal experience with gravel trucks. Loads of gravel trucks travel down in front of our home every day, starting as early as 5:30 in the morning and as late into the evening, due to the gravel pits both to the north of us and to the south of us. And noise and dust follow them all. Some days it's almost difficult to cut the grass due to the excessive dust. Yes, the proposed pit in the village of Harrington will be amongst many other pits already established, but none of these pits are as close to the Harrington. Now, our problem, and it's not your responsibility, but it's going to be the road safety of 96. Our church is situated on the east corner, and as you know, the higher the probability or the more traffic on that road, the higher probability of some close calls to the traffic. And I know that it's a safety zone and that there is a posted safety limit going through the village. And this is a concern with any properties in any urban areas, but people do not follow the speed limit. And as you know, I would say that if whoever gets the monies from these speeding tickets, if they put an OPP officer in that area, they would fund many benefit budgets in that area. So my concern is that we don't have a parking lot at the church, which means that everybody has to park on the side of the road in order to access the building. They have to walk on the active highway of 96 to get into the building. We have funerals, we have vacation Bible schools during the week, and the noise is quite excessive, and the people don't slow down. In fact, we literally have someone at a vacation Bible school that literally stands out there trying to slow the people down as they go past our church. And also the sound of the trucks, the gravel trucks, as they go through. The comment was made that would be the volume of the trucks going through would be so many that maybe that they would put tandem trucks, which means that's a double length of a vehicle going through. And have you ever been around the shifting up and down and around and whatever they have to do? Because you have to slow down for the village. And so therefore, it's not part of your responsibility as far as the speed goes, but you're part of the process that goes into making that happen. Someone alluded to the cart in front of the horse. I refer to which comes first, the chicken or the egg. So therefore, I would like you to take into consideration that, you know, part of the process is the rezoning of that pit, but our process is going to affect the traffic and everybody's safety. And I know everybody is concerned about liability in that sort of case. So if I would like to leave it with the council to take that in consideration as you go forward to make your decision on whether this is a good idea or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker? Not seeing any. Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the application? Again, I need you to state your name for the record. Thanks.
My name is Gavin Houston, and I live in the village of Harrington, directly on Road 96. Obviously, we've heard some passionate and expressive opinions from the general public, and I've been sitting here listening to your responses, and I absolutely can appreciate the fact that in many ways your hands are tied. And by design, like you're limited as what you can do, but you are being asked to provide an informed decision today, and I'm going to speak a little bit more about just how informed are we all with the information that has been provided, and this stems not only for the zoning application, but to the county and the traffic and all that kind of stuff. And if it's okay, I'm going to, first of all, going back a few years ago, you know, the dam in Harrington and the pond were supposed to be removed due to imminent danger. And the people rallied, and it was determined that there was a missing heritage report that bought a little bit of time, and that time just got extended, and eventually now government has flipped their decision, and suddenly that same body of water, that same dam, is now worthy of an increased level of protection, and is now actually registered under the Canadian on the Canadian Register for protected preserved properties. Interesting how time can make a difference, even though nothing else happened other than just the time. So what's interesting about or how that correlates to this situation today is it's quite clear, if you look at the information provided, that there again is a missing step in regards to the heritage of the community. The proponent did not provide the adequate heritage studies which are warranted, because it's been warranted before, it's warranted again. Harrington does classify, whether it's a little schoolhouse or not, there is a level of historical significance within the community. So I'm suggesting that council take another look at that to see if the heritage reports have actually been provided that were required, because based on what the community is saying is they have not. They skipped a step. That in alone, I hope, would be taken into consideration to buy a little bit more time, because time is exactly what this community needs to be able to fight this atrocity, which is how I see this. On the next note, I'm just going to go through this systematically, but the next thing is regarding the noise. We've heard all sorts of things about the noise and about the report that was provided, the proponent and expert testimony and all that kind of stuff in that report, but what does that report actually mean? And I'd like to demonstrate that right now, if I may. And it's not so much what you're hearing as it is obviously the sound is irrelevant, but it's the sequence between the events that I'm going to suggest are more significant. What you're about to hear are noises that were recorded outside of gravel pits at the same distance as the two closest sensitive receptors. Instead of calling them people, we'll call them sensitive receptors. These are the sounds. I have to open up a decibel reader here because I want this to be as close as possible to what...
Could I suggest that you tell us what the decibel readings are? Because frankly, you could turn that volume down or up. It's not necessarily demonstrative to council of how loud
I'm just going to play it. And what I'm saying is you also need to, what's important is that you listen to the sequence or how frequent these events are, because it actually is relevant. I hope that's the right one. Nope. Sorry. I had this all in order and I don't know why it suddenly changed. Let's try this one. Should be good. That was the sound of a truck, an empty truck being loaded with a loader. That's the same sound. And this would be at a decibel reading well above what would be considered safe for the most closest people living to that pit. They would have to wear ear protection. This was recorded at the proponent's own pit, and it's a truck dumping. That's the tailgate slamming shut. And this goes on and on and on and on, and I won't bore you with that. But what's significant about is, oh, come on. What's significant about that is that every 4 or 5 seconds, those sounds will potentially emanate from those pits as the trucks are loading, as the tailgates are slapping. Whatever the noise is, these are noises that are commonly found inside pits, but they are not reflected in the noise report, which should be shocking, but it's how they're able to say that we can be within the allowances of the ARA. The guidelines allow that sort of noise. If you take just one of those, the dumping of the loaders, the rock hitting the bottom of an empty truck, it lasts for about 2-3 seconds. It's loud, but just for a very brief time. So because it's a brief time, the government regulation is if that noise does not add up to the equivalent of 1 hour in a 10-hour day, it does not fall under the guidelines and is not a consideration. I had this verified. It is the truth. So, which means that if you've got a 10-hour day, 60 minutes a day, and 60 seconds, there's a chance for 3,600 of those types of events per type of sound, not as accumulated, that can emanate from that pit, and that's fine. If I actually set that at what it was supposed to be, and we tried to have this conversation, every 4 or 5 seconds, we'd have to stop because we wouldn't be able to hear ourselves. That is allowed, and that is a crime, in my opinion. And then same thing with the truck noises. We've heard so much about that coming in and out. If you look at the decibel readings of what the closest receptors will hear, and continuing down as the trucks accelerate towards Harrington, those levels exceed any safe standard level on an industrial basis. I work in construction. After 80 decibels, our people have to wear hearing protection. Larry's at 106. The baseball diamond is about 90, and it gets progressively worse, even as it passes my house, that those trucks are still accelerating because they're not going to hit, a full truck, especially a tandem truck, is not going to hit 60 kilometers an hour until it's midway through town. So anybody living there as they pass will be subjected to sounds that exceed safety limits in any other standard. Sorry, and it's the same now as you think about the deceleration as they come down that hill, especially the larger the truck, the more they have to brake. You start adding Jake brakes and that sort of thing. And again, the decibel readings for those sensitive receptors will exceed 100, anywhere between 106 and 120 with a Jake brake. These are recorded, documented. I'm not making that up. You can read that and get that information from a standard scale if you get on the government website of what certain things will create certain sounds. So what the Oxford County sounds like is imminent in allowing this approach to happen right adjacent to these people, which will make their living situation almost impossible. And then I keep hearing how, well, Thamesford is surrounded by gravel pits, and absolutely they are. And I feel, bad for the accumulation of pits in that area. But at no time has the processing ever occurred closer than 630 meters to the sensitive receptors. And in Harrington, what's being proposed is under 100. The Sims pit currently right now, it's 900 meters from the actual processing area to the sensitive receptors. The access and egresses are in the opposite direction from the sensitive receptors, not at the sensitive receptors. It's a 30-meter difference from Larry's front door and Muriel's front door to where this approach and these trucks are going to be accessing and egressing this pit. That's never happened before. There's so many things that are unique with this site. Similarly, and it's been mentioned before, the excavation here is more up than it is down. And all of these sounds are allowed. They can go over top of those berms. There's nothing we can do about it because the ARA says, that's not a consideration. Sure in the heck it's going to be, especially when prevailing winds are kicking up, right? I mean, again, 75 meters is where the trucks will be loading in Harrington, not 900 at the Sims pit, right? I'm trying not to duplicate some of the stuff that was done before, so I'm going to have to quickly peruse this a little bit. But what's really fascinating and contrary to law is that the proposed sound berms, the ones that are supposed to be protecting the most significant area, which is where the production is going to be happening, the processing area, if you look at the site plan, those berms are made of aggregate, not earth. And if you look into the ARA, it specifically says that berms cannot like sound, they distinctly show a difference between berms and aggregate. That aggregate piles are part of processing, not construction. And what the proponent is going to be doing is putting in gravel piles to act as berms before, and start that production before the berms are actually in place. So I've recently heard that, well, they made a change to their site plan that allows them to start hauling in gravel. So I'm starting to think, well, are they going to be hauling in gravel to make these gravel berms to allow them to do the actual processing when it's legal? And if so, then I don't see any of those trucks, the thousands of trucks that'll be coming in to create those berms in part of their traffic study numbers. And based on that traffic study alone, what's really kind of sad is that the traffic study and all the numbers that were provided to the township and the county were done in February. The data was accumulated in February at the time when the trucking is lowest. The road restrictions are on. The amount of actual truck traffic through Harrington is at its lowest ebb. That is the data they provided you. How about getting some data when the road restrictions are off, all the gravel pits in the area are working, and you can get some real data to work with to be able to make your decision. Again, is this, and do you have enough information to make an informed decision? I'm suggesting based on that, no, you're actually being misdirected, you're being misled by data. That also extends into the fact that if you look at the history of Mr. Wilhelm's operations and all the jobs that he lists that he has performed in the past, very few, less than 10%, are west of Harrington. His current operations, his office and all that kind of stuff is all east of Harrington. Most of his clientele are east of Harrington, but the data you were provided for the traffic study says that the traffic will go 50-50, 50% through Harrington and 50% going west. But if that's not where his clientele base is, that is a misdirection. They're misleading you. In reality, 90% of the trucks are going to be coming and going through the village itself. That is data that is important. So you may want to see if it's possible to get more accurate data before you make this decision is what I'm suggesting. I know your hands are tied in many ways, but you can ask for the right amount of information to make an informed decision, and that you have not gotten to date. So this segues nicely into my next thing, because, I mean, what we're seeing in Harrington is really, really heavy-fisted. You guys, your hands are tied. This is the closest production has ever been proposed to a settlement in the history of Ontario's aggregate industry, in the history. It is so close, it's ridiculous. And the yard, the property, we already know is fairly significant. It's at least 65 acres of proposed aggregate extraction. Now, in the Sims pit, which you can all relate to, it's your next door neighbor, they had to strip the land and excavate and put their operations for processing as far as from the sensitive receptors as possible. But they haven't done that here. They just simply said, oh, it's perfect right here because it's convenient. It's low and close to the road. But is that in the government's supposed to be acting in good faith between what's good for the people and what's good for the aggregate. But in this particular case, they haven't even taken a look at that at all. They've just simply looked at the convenience of the low spot and said, yeah, you can put your production right there. You can put up these temporary gravel berms that aren't really supposed to be there. You can just ignore all the sound and everything that's going to be blasting across that neighborhood. Now, on top of that, they're saying because it's so close to the sensitive receptors, he has to have dust protection when he's doing production. But he's also going to have all these storage piles all over. And if you go and walk past one of those storage piles on any given day when the wind is blowing, you better not be eating a sandwich. I actually, when I took the recording of that dump truck dumping out at his pit, I actually went out there to interview all his neighbors at his suggestion. He's a great guy. I like this guy, I really do. He's a good businessman. I'm not suggesting he's anything other than that. He's a good businessman. But he offered, he said, go talk to my people, and I did. So what I learned was that when he's the closest receptor to his facility, which is considerably further than what anybody is within 100 yards of the proposed pit. When production happens, they just, if they're having a picnic or a barbecuing or whatever outside, they go in. Just because the noise is so much during the production, they can't stand it. It's 300 meters away, not 90. And then another neighbor, again, talking very positively about Mr. Wilhelm himself, they said, yeah, unfortunately, when the wind's in the right direction, we gotta, if we're out and we come home, we've got the laundry out, we gotta rewash it all. If it's hot out, or if it's a nice day and we got the windows up, and we gotta close them and we gotta turn on the air conditioner, they are 450 meters away, which means that the dust and whatever is coming from those stockpiles, the open areas, and even possibly during the production is gonna carry a minimum, this is anecdotal evidence, this isn't some silly report presented, is 450 meters, which is past my house. So it is a significant problem. And again, the government's being so heavy-fisted because they've done nothing to mitigate any of this. They could have moved the whole thing further. You got 65 acres to play with. Why do you have to set up operations adjacent to the community, adjacent to the houses, adjacent to the old schoolhouse? They don't. They just said it was okay because they're allowed, and your hands are tied. You can't do very much about it. But there is, again, I mentioned at the beginning that time can sometimes be your friend. And there's actually change in the air. And I was notified of something the day before yesterday, which has significant bearing on your hands and your ability to do something and what's happening in changes within the province. The day before yesterday, I was notified that both the Canadian Attorney General and the Provincial Attorney General were presented with something called a notice of question. And that is a constitutional form that is mandatory that gets presented to the government minimum of 15 days before proceedings can commence within the court. And the first notice of change is regarding the provincial policy statement. It states that the need for gravel, and I'm paraphrasing here, but the need for gravel is not a requirement. But it also is important that those little statements and policies are in keeping with the intent of the law. I'm not a lawyer, this is just how it was explained to me. But the We all know that in December of 2023, the Auditor General put out this scathing report, as Muriel said, regarding the Ministry of Natural Resources operation of the aggregate industry and their management of it. And in that, they said that the government does a terrible job of monitoring supply, that there's an oversupply, and there's an oversupply of aggregate, there's congestion of aggregate pits all over, and they got told that they have to monitor that because it's actually part of the ARA. But that, Harrington McCavie happily just bypass all that because they go to that one simple little line in the provincial policy statement that says that they don't have to prove need. Even though the Charter of Rights always says that any time that you are the government causes harm, they must be able to demonstrably justify the need to cause that harm. But we got an abundance of gravel. There is no need. Anyway, what's happening is because this is being timed with the provincial government is currently looking to revamp and update the provincial policy statements and guidelines and whatever else that they're doing. And this is being timed with that because the province is going to be pressured to change that policy statement to allow for need to be part of the requirement, because it will, in that one simple act, allow the ARA to be managed and monitored properly. It will take into consideration the supply and demand. It will take into consideration the closeness to populations and if it's really necessary. Is the gravel necessary in Harrington right now? No. The way the law states, the way that this has been able to be propagated for so long by the government is because the federal government, the Crown, said it's okay for the province to manage the aggregate to make sure there is enough supply for as long as possible into the future. It is a valuable resource, correct. No doubt there. But what this is morphed into is not a protection of the aggregate. That aggregate sitting in that pit doesn't need to be accessed today. It doesn't have to be accessed tomorrow. It might be needed 5 or 10 years down the line when the existing current supply, which is probably 40 to 60 years, is starting to get diminished. Don't need it now. So what the government is actually doing is not managing the aggregate. They are supporting the aggregate industry. And there's a big difference. They've crossed the line, which is why another notice of change has been filed with both the federal and the provincial attorney generals that the government currently is overreaching, that they've overreached. Their powers have exceeded what the intent of the law was. You should have the right to be able to make decisions on whether this zoning application is valid or not. Is it in the best interest of the province? Because that's what it boils down to. Is that aggregate extraction in that little piece of property vital to the province as a whole, or simply to his family-run operation and his bottom line? That's the question. Can they violate the rights of the people of Harrington, the 7% of the population of Zorra, if you do the math, by saying it's okay, we need the aggregate? No, they don't. We know that they don't. So it's very interesting and it is timely, and because the situation in Harrington is so unique, and this is the greatest example of overreach in the history of the aggregate industry by setting up operations so close to a sensitive receptor. This is the actual Harrington property is being used as the case study for this charter evaluation, for a reassessment of the laws regarding the aggregate industry. This is significant movement in the right direction, and based on the way some of the things have gone on lately with the OLT, there has been a significant shift. Basically, CBM, sorry, they just recently lost an argument where they said, oh, we need this aggregate right now. We got to blow open and expand this quarry. And OLT said, nah, you got a lot. Don't worry about it. That's not happening. So we haven't seen that for quite some time, but lately there has been a shift. And this is just another shift in the right direction to allow the people to take control of the aggregate and the industry and not let the Ministry of Natural Resources support the industry. And I'm going to end this fairly quickly. I need water and I need to pee. The traffic in the existing dangerous conditions. I mean, it's been a long time. And Mr. Mitchell, remember this going back to years ago when he was on the police committee. I mean, there's always been an issue of the speed and the traffic and the danger of the vehicles in and around Harrington, and most specifically, the slower moving vehicles and the other vehicles that try to pass them. We're trying to get signs put in, no passing, create a no passing zone, do this, do that. We were simply told that, no, signs don't work. So nothing has ever changed. And now that situation is going to be exacerbated by having this approach so close to town. All these extra vehicles, slower moving vehicles, and people are going to be passing them to try and get through town as fast as possible. And on March 26th of this year, there was a significant accident right at that hill, right at that where that approach would be, where, I mean, people got hurt, airbags were deployed, vehicles were destroyed, and I stopped and asked one of the officers there, I'm not suggesting this is extraordinarily brief, but I was led to believe it was just somebody in a hurry trying to pass. That's what caused that accident. This is going to be exacerbated moving forward. We can't ignore the fact that that problem exists. It's been going on for years. Somebody got hurt the other day. Somebody's going to get hurt again. And that brings up the next point, which is liability. So, I mean, being informed is great, but being informed also increases liability. The more you know, the more you're obligated to act. And so I think, based on what I've told you today, I've probably given you some information that you were not aware of before. And so before making this decision, I'd ask for you to delve into them a little bit more on your own. I'm actually hoping to have a copy of both of these notices of change in my hand. Hopefully it might even be in my email right now, but they'll be redacted because, as you guys are, they're trying to limit their exposure until it gets before the courts. But I mean, there's so many things that you've been misled on. With the you know, where is the traffic actually going to be going? In reality, it's not all going to be going 50-50 east and west. It's just not going to. So why don't we get a proper study done that gives us actual information so we can make an informed decision? Because, and same with the county and the approach and what they're going to approve there. I mean, if the data they're using is false, and they approve it anyway, and now they're aware of the fact that they're false because the warden is sitting right here and he's now aware of it, then it does open up liability. And I mean, it is significant liability. The first notice of change for the provincial policy statement isn't that bad. The government can get out of that one. They just have to change it and go back to a better form of doing business. With the other one, with the overreach, now the government is liable and could be liable for billions of dollars if it's proved that they have been, you know, mismanaging the aggregate in the pretense, suggesting they're managing the aggregate, but in reality, all they're doing is protecting the industry. That is not what the law stated. That was not what they're supposed to do, and therefore they are liable. Just like other people would be liable, other agencies would be liable if, for heaven forbid, there wasn't an accident, or, you know, now that silica is the new asbestos, and I deal with that on a daily basis in the work that I do. I mean, if somebody gets sick, if this woman's children get sick because of this, and you're aware of it in front, it does increase liability. And I think that is something that you should be very concerned about. Delve into this a little more, get a little bit more information so that you are truly informed, and then make that decision. So right now, it's either deny or defer, and I really don't see much other option. That's my take on the situation anyway. Thanks for your time.
Questions? I just have one. Any of your concerns around the aggregate site plan and noise issues, did you submit any of those to the MNRF through their licensing process?
I did.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to the application? And again, I just need you to state your name and address for the record. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, almost, I think it is. My name's Shauna McKenna. I have a home in Harrington, 4 Victoria Street, that I share with my husband, Miles Potter. Thank you very much. I'm going to try and be brief because we've been here a while. First of all, I'm going to address, thank you for being here, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I noticed one of our councilors is missing, our councilor Finch. Will she be voting today?
No, she's declared a pecuniary interest for a reason that was.
All right.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but
Okay.
stated in the record.
Thank you. That's just for my clarification. I'm going to address what you're here to vote on, which is the zoning application. I'm not going to go into, the 1,560 additional trucks that will be on the road, Oxford 2896. I'm just going to address the application, and you've all read it, I'm sure, many times. I'm a lay person. I had to read it 3 times for 16 pages. That's what I'm going to talk about briefly, and just with a few quotes. The fact that it said alternate locations have been evaluated. No reasonable alternative locations were found which avoid prime agricultural land or with lower priority agricultural lands in prime agricultural areas. My question is, where were these, within what radius, if no other alternative locations could be found? Is this in the radius of Zorra, in the radius of Oxford County, or is this in the radius of land that's already been purchased? Sorry, I'm popping my mic.
Mike, if you just back up a little bit.
I should know this.
I'm
shouldn't I?
just gonna say I'm staggering, Shauna. But anyway, here I am.
Anyways, I would just say that that was curious to me. Also, regarding community concerns. About, this is a quote, regarding community concerns surrounding other issues, dust, noise, and overall compatibility, it is the opinion of planning staff that such issues have been satisfactorily addressed by the applicant, which resulted in the MNRF approving the site plan for the proposed pit. This is the part it is important to highlight, which I did highlight. It is important to highlight that planning staff rely on outside experts, i.e. those involved in approving aggregate site plans on behalf of the province. So those are the experts that are relied on to help planning staff. I just am going to really end this but with this story. Years ago, my husband and I were out traveling, and we were lost. And we had about 3 maps in the car and everything, and we stopped and we asked someone who lived in the area, where is this? Where is this? We kept pointing to the map. We kept pointing to the map. And the man kept going. And we didn't understand. It was a different language. And all of a sudden, we realized he was saying, look up. And it was right across the way. You have so much information to deal with. You have not only had this 16-page application, you have many others that you're dealing with all the time. Having served on committees, I know that's a lot of work, and you're doing it unpaid, and you're volunteers. And so are we. And it seems like a deluge of information. You have, beautiful video presentations. You have speakers, professional speakers. You have people. There a lot of time and effort and money has been spent on this application, and it seems almost like a fait accompli. There are a lot of things that aren't within your power. What I would say to you, relating to that story about Look Up, is after you have perused and concentrated on all this information, is to drive to the corner of Oxford 28, Road 96, and Concession 31. Pull safely your car to the side, get out of your car, and look up. When you stand at that corner where this proposed aggregate site is supposed to be, the 150-year-old schoolhouse is right across the road. I voted in that schoolhouse when I first moved to Harrington in 1986. I voted there. It was a community center, perhaps inactive now. For years, it held a lot of other activities. And this is where last year, yes, as the big picture was we all gathered around to replicate the picture that happened in 1925. Further down from that corner, you can see the baseball diamond. It used to be at night, you could see the lights from there, but you can see that. Then you can see on this corner, you can see the houses right there, across the road. This may be Road 96, Oxford 28 to us, but it's Harrington's main street. It's our main street. It is right across from this corner. You can see, welcome to Harrington. The sign, that slow down sign, is right before. right before. That's the solution to the thing is to bring that sign further back, maybe up on the top of the hill, after the hill that they're coming down. All I can say is, it said in this application, it is recognized that the village of Harrington is immediately east of the subject property and that compatibility with the broader area is important to assess. I would argue that cultural heritage and compatibility, those requirements have not been met. I would also say that this continued. While it is not uncommon for aggregate operations to be located in such proximity to settlements, to settlement areas, shouldn't it be? Shouldn't it be uncommon for an aggregate, a gravel pit? It's called the Harrington Pit. It's not called the near to Harrington Pit. It's not called the immediately to the west of Harrington Pit or outside of Harrington Pit. It's called the Harrington Pit. Should this not be uncommon? I think perhaps the official plan needs a revisit. Councillors, everybody's talking about, this and that. When I bring people to show them where the gravel pit's supposed to be, they go, well, how can that happen? I say it happens here. This is the first step towards that. It is the wrong place for a gravel pit. It is absolutely the wrong place. All you have to do is look. If you want to listen, and you still may want to hear birdsong or something else, but it's in your power to say no to the zoning change. It is agricultural right now. So I say, I have great faith in the system. We entrusted you to represent us, to represent all of the people in Zorra, but we entrusted you to look after our concerns as well. And it seems like a mountain. It seems like it's almost a fait accompli. Why even bother sometimes? But I just think, as you can see, this community gets bothered. They are invested in where they live, and they want more people to come and live here. They want young families like Sheena to move back and build a new home in Harrington. They want the population to grow. They are trying to make it welcoming. The last thing that will welcome people into this town is a gravel pit right on the corner of the city limits. I urge you, please, to say no to this application. I know you have a lot of pressures. I know you have lots of pressures from many places, aggregate, provincial. I ask you to look at this situation, go to the site, and please vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? Not seeing any. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to the application? And again, just if you could state your name and address for the record.
My name's Harry Ongerden, and I live in Harrington at 963694 Road 96. Well, we've been hearing a lot of frustration, anger, even some despair. How can this be happening to us? It seems so unjust. It seems so unfair. We're a very special community, and we're under threat. And our way of life is facing who knows what damage. A lot of what you're hearing from people is fear, like how bad is it going to be? We actually don't believe the mitigation strategies are enough. As Gavin was saying, people from some distance from gravel pits do feel them, hear them, smell them. And here are people in our community, some of them only a few tens of meters away from the pit. It will be awful for them, and there seems to be nothing that can be done. I wrote something here and I thought, do I say this? Yeah, what the heck. The threat to our community is so shocking and unjustified. It's as though Donald Trump was attacking Harrington. But no, it's our own ruthless provincial government. And meanwhile, the Oxford County official plan sides with industry by not providing setbacks around communities to protect them from industrial development. Our committee, I'm part of a committee known as Protect Harrington. We have delegated here twice now, originally with our petition back in November of 2024. Two of us were here more recently to request an ICBL, an interim control bylaw that would give us, give Zorra, give Oxford an opportunity to look at its policies and look for ways that might be more in keeping with best practices elsewhere in the province. You heard about Springwater Township having to its benefit an OLT decision just 2 or 3 months ago that gives it a greater degree of protection against dust. Now, I know you're not the OLT, this isn't your decision, but I'm just saying that there is improving, changing jurisprudence around the aggregate industry elsewhere in the province. We wish that this could be, that we could give this another look. And yeah, I am going to ask for deferral. I can say, well, I'd be happiest if you turned this down, but I think deferral is something that's called for right now. There are a couple of things that were brought to your attention today around the traffic study or transportation study, as well as around cultural heritage. With regard to the original transportation study, we were very frustrated, very disappointed to not be able to look at that until February of this year. When we saw that it had the date of November 2024 on it, that was pretty shocking to us. And we have heard that it wasn't your responsibility, Zorra's or the county's responsibility to give us that transportation study, but the fact that it was kept from us for so long, very, very frustrating and disappointing. We moved quickly once we got that transportation study to say what we felt was inadequate was actually incorrectly done as far as its methodology goes. They were taking traffic counts, as has been mentioned, in February. I think I have the date here, February 21st or something, when the trucks are not on the road. Again, it was late October, October 29th. You can get inaccurate readings, obviously, if you're counting gravel trucks or any kind of traffic when you choose those dates to do it. In particular, the study, that original study, did not address the inherent danger of the proposed hillside entrance, situated along a 600-meter stretch of an extremely active passing zone. I know some of you live up our way. Councillor Mitchell, Mayor Ryan, you go through there all the time. You see what I think all of us in Harrington see is, and what we experience is a dangerous area. And there's that blind crest that you pass over from the west heading down into the village, and there is so much traffic trying to pass the slower moving traffic. And that was only partially looked at by the original transportation study. It talked about having a sufficient line of sight. Okay, they have, 400 meters, we're fine. It hits the mark in our guidelines. They have 400 meters to react. Yeah, that's if people are paying attention. That's if people are not so anxious to pass slow-moving traffic that they're not just ignoring the regulations there anyway. It is dangerous. We see it. There are accidents there, and now we're about to put a busy gravel pit entrance right in the middle of that, across from someone's house. Across from someone's house. It really is outrageous. Now that we have, and I only heard this yesterday, we apparently have a revised transportation study that came out 2 days ago, was released to one of our members 2 days ago, perhaps. Others have had it longer, I don't know. But we haven't seen it. We haven't had a chance to react to it. If I come here saying, you need to defer this, I mean, we haven't even seen that thing yet. And this thing is critically important, something that we all see it's unsafe. And now apparently we're supposed to say, oh good, thanks for letting us know it's safe. Thanks for letting us know 2 days before the planning application comes up for a vote. That's grossly unfair and improper, I would say. There is something else besides the transportation issue that I think really should give you pause. I just cannot see an approval in principle when there is so much that's improperly done, in our opinion, unfairly done. The applicant and the township both have consultants to help guide them through the planning aspects of this. We met the applicant's consultant, Escher. The township has its own, a company called MHBC. And both those companies said that there are no cultural heritage resources on the proposed site. And I think that the applicant said there wasn't. The applicant's original consultants, Harrington McCavan, and everyone accepted that we don't have to worry about cultural heritage here. And technically, there isn't a cultural heritage aspect. Some people would argue there is cultural heritage actually on the site. But I need to talk about that poor lonely schoolhouse. There is something in the provincial planning statement that says in PPS 4.6.3, the planning authorities shall not permit development and site alteration on adjacent lands to protected heritage property, unless the heritage attributes of the protected heritage property will be conserved. Now that's strong language. It says, shall not permit development unless the attributes, the heritage attributes of the property are conserved. Well, there has been a share study, cultural heritage evaluation report done on the schoolhouse. Apparently it says it qualifies for heritage designation on 8 out of 9 possible criteria. That's a very high bar. And there's been some discussion of designation versus not designation, but the legislation doesn't say designated property, it says protected. And the purpose of the corporation, the charitable nonprofit corporation responsible for the old schoolhouse, is, according to its charter, from the CRA website, number one purpose is the preservation of historical 155-year-old Harrington school building and property. So it is protected. If people want to substitute the word designated, well, I don't think that can be allowed. The province is very careful when it puts language like that in there. The provincial language says protected. And there are agencies and organizations that provide cultural heritage protection without that property being designated. Just to think, protected is the actual word that designation means. Designation is like planning jargon. You know, it's designated. What it means is that that property is protected. So the province doesn't say designated in its legislation. It says protected. So I think we need to know more about the impact of the pit operations, even the existence of the pit adjacent to, immediately across the street from the old schoolhouse. I don't know where else to go except to say we have a number of reasons, but particularly when I'm asking for deferment here because we don't know enough yet. We need to study the safety of that hill. And I really do question, it was an interesting conversation, chicken and egg, what comes first? Your approval of the site for mining operations or the entrance to the site. I think you should continue to look deeper. This is a job for County Public Works. And I don't think it's enough to give us a report 2 days ago. This is very significant. Gavin mentioned liability. Unless we're all satisfied, you particularly as the decision makers and your staff, there will be accidents there. You want to know you've done everything possible to mitigate the danger of that hill. Or if it can't be mitigated, just say so. An inappropriate entranceway from that mining site to a public road. Could you come through the 31st? Could you go through your own, Zorra's own pit? Now that there's zero setback, could trucks go back south and come out onto Road 31 that way? I'll assume these things have been looked at, but we haven't heard them being reasons why it can't be on line 31 or why it couldn't go back through. That is, the haul route couldn't go back through the applicant's property onto township property in order to exit out to the 31st. There's this application, and I've got great respect for the planning department. We've had some good conversations, helpful conversations with them, but for the planning department to say this is ready for approval in principle, no, it's not. And we would ask that you defer your decision until further study. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker from council? Not seeing any. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to the application?
Hello, my name is Michael Kokta. I live at 15634 415th line, sort of near Kintor, Medina. And first of all, I want to thank you for your service and all the time and effort you put into this stuff, and absolutely grateful for this opportunity to express my viewpoint and for you to have to listen to all of us and for us to even get more information on the way. So I truly, deeply appreciate and am grateful for our opportunity and that we're fortunate to do so. It seems to me that there are some outstanding questions about this application, ZN 52409, and unresolved issues. Page 8 of the application said there's no traffic control plan yet. The applicant must provide a traffic control plan. We've heard that there are significant and substantive questions about the application that are part of the approval process that have not been answered by the ministry or the applicant. People have put questions in, they haven't come back. Just also found out now the revised study traffic showed up that the community has not been able to review, nor what I assume the planning people did before they prepared for this meeting. Page 1 says the final mapping has not been prepared yet. It also says the traffic plan has not been yet approved. There's also a statement on page 5 that says development about the provincial planning statement. Development shall be directed away from areas of natural or human-made hazards where there is an unacceptable risk to public health and safety or property damage, and to not create new or aggravate existing hazards. If these reports and these the mapping and the other questions have been answered, how can you know that and know that you're compliant to that? I looked at just even today in the agenda, so the ZN 52604, the planning group said they do not recommend because it does not meet the intent and purpose of the official plan policies and the zoning bylaw provision. And then we have then ZN 52603, it is generally consistent with the provincial planning statement and maintains the intent and purpose of the official plan. So I guess my question about that is, does this application meet both the letter and intent, and is it consistent with the Oxford official plan and zoning bylaw provisions? And how can you know this when there are all these outstanding issues yet to be resolved? I would ask that you delay making the particular zoning change decision until all these questions are answered and until the planning department can say, yes, it's good. What if they approve it and then they say the traffic thing doesn't work? Well, then we're, again, approve things ahead. Approval in principle is not. So I just would like to ask that we delay and wait for the appropriate information and questions to be answered, and that we bring the process along. If the gravel pit is approved and the questions have been answered, I think the community can rest more easily with that. If not, we would hope that the process would be listened to and await a decision. That's my point.
Questions? Not seeing any.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Does anybody else wish to speak to the application? Going once, going twice, not seeing anyone else. All right. Then we will move on to a resolution to move out of the planning, the public meeting.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Greg, that pursuant to the Planning Act, the public meeting be adjourned at 12:42 p.m. and the regular meeting of council be called back to order.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And do I have a mover to deal with the application? Anyone? Do you want to take a break? 5, 10? 10. 10. Okay, we will take a recess for 10 minutes. 12:59, and we are back from break. Do I have a mover to deal with zone change applications NN5-24-09? Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stewart, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve in principle the zone change application submitted by Michael Willem, whereby the land described as Lot 30, Concession 1, West Zorra, Township of Zorra, are to be rezoned from General Agricultural Zone A2 to Special Aggregate Industrial Zone MESP and Open Space Zone OS to permit a new Category 1 Class A pit above water table aggregate operation with a 0-meter setback from the pit to the immediate south, and to recognize the natural heritage / natural hazard land located on the westerly portions of the subject lands, and that council direct planning staff to work with County Public Works to facilitate the proposed 60-kilometer-an-hour zone, and that council direct planning staff to engage with the applicant to consider including a tree screen as referenced in the peer review summary.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah. This work is really challenging on applications like this because my job in this seat is to understand how we divide up responsibility and decision-making in the society that we live in. And I agree with quite a few of the comments raised by the residents in advance of today, over the last couple of years, and now. And some of them are outside of the scope of what is our jurisdiction. And so I have been adamant throughout, I'm not trying to stop a pit. I am trying to look for where we can best, within our scope of controls, put in place something to minimize the negative impact that aggregate extraction has on communities. The Ontario government has a website, and I know one of our presenters referenced the setback and proximity is going to be the closest it is in Ontario. I don't have that data in front of me, but I do have a map of the province and where all the pits are in relation to various settlement areas, including a significant number of them surrounding the space that we're sitting right now. And so I think that's the importance of those advocacy groups, to continue speaking to the province around some of that lived negative impact. But when the licensing is administered through a robust provincial process, we are not permitted to utilize our planning role to try to slow down or stop something that is outside of our jurisdiction. And while it might feel good to do what the people ask on these contentious planning matters, and I see our neighbors do it from time to time, at the end, it runs the risk of costing the ratepayers on their property taxes to pay for the legal fees for this to go to the tribunal and be overturned. So the provincial framework really does limit how much we can do, and it's not just within aggregate extraction, but something that I struggle with in every aspect of what we do here in Zorra. So impacted by larger things, but we really have to come back to what we can control, how we can influence, and advocate. So throughout this process, I know the municipality has submitted comments, have directed staff to engage, to work to get an application to the point that it is minimizing risk as much as possible. I'm not an expert on the noise study pieces and the dust particulate matter, and so we have to go to the peer reviews of those documented studies. And I would remind the public that if the lived experience in terms of these pieces is not what has been promised through the process, that you can engage with the number on the sign, with the operator, with the ministry, to have these things measured, and that if it's not as outlined, that is to be rectified. So, there's growth in population in our communities, and we can put in sidewalks, and we can add swing sets, and we can add butterfly gardens, but we can't build a school just because we know a school needs to be built. We have to talk to the province. We can advocate, but ultimately that's within their control. We can think that we need a hospital here, but ultimately that's out of our control. And we can't change the taxes that you pay if you stop in and buy a slice of pizza on your way out of town, because again, that's just not how the jurisdiction's divided. So that is not to brush off the responsibility. I think it's to remind us that, you know, the other levels of government, the policies they have in place, and how they're addressing, like, that is where that jurisdiction is. We also here in Zorra have endorsed and continue a fair amount of advocacy work around rural road safety. So while I do share some concerns with the entryway in relation to sightlines, in relation to the crest of the hill approaching going into Harrington, it is not for me to direct county staff, and that permit process operates in separation from the zone change. So it cannot happen. The permit will not be issued until it is deemed to be appropriate. And my understanding is maybe that's where that additional traffic impact study is playing a role. So I would share my concerns that for county to continue work to ensure that the notice in advance of entering Harrington alerts drivers that when you get over that crest of the hill, there's a lot that changes pretty quickly, and if you're not familiar with the area, you may not realize it until you're seeing it, and by the time you're seeing it, that entryway is in very close proximity. Yeah, I made a bunch of notes while I was listening, and I mean, I think in terms of, I'm not going to go through and address them all, but I think if we're looking at whether or not there's a role for supply to play in licensing, if there's not a need now, and the need is not for 10 more years, in 10 years that doesn't change the proximity or setback. It doesn't change whether or not noise or dust or any of those things engage. So while I'm interested to see how supply and need show up in that provincial framework, it is not something that I'm concerned about in relation to this application, because it doesn't change the other aspects that are that have been raised. So yeah, I think I'll wrap that up. Oh, maybe, sorry, can I just really briefly, the two pieces that that were added, so there's the motion to approve it in principle, but the two pieces that were added are directing county staff to work with Public Works in relation to the 60 kilometers zone. So it was referenced in the report, and what I'm looking for us to do that we can do is endorse that change for the county road, and have our planning staff be able to go back to Public Works and work to get that achieved. And then the second piece was is the tree screen. And while it's not something that I heard from any of the residents, it was something that, because it came from the peer review as a suggestion for something that could help mitigate the visual impacts, as well, because that woodlot is going to be reduced and that trees will be removed. I think that it would be an excellent short-term mitigation piece to include additional plantings while we're removing trees, because there will be a set of time before that remediation comes back and those trees come back into play. So I know that is not stopping the pit or a huge adjustment that's going to maybe feel satisfactory to the community here today. I do think it's something that could be of benefit. It was part of a recommendation from the peer review, and so it's added in there for planning staff to engage with the applicant to consider a tree screen. But to be clear, I am aware, and I want all of us to be aware that it's not our site plan, so we can't amend it ourselves, so we can't make this as a requirement. It is for us to direct staff to engage with them to see what they have that willingness and if that's a possibility.
Councillor Stewart is a seconder.
Yeah, I'm not going to add a lot to that. The Deputy Mayor covered quite a few points there. I will support the motion. I do appreciate the members of the community coming out and sharing their concerns. And I do promise that I took them into account and listening to them. I'm generally speaking, I'm satisfied that the valid concerns that came forward have or will be satisfied through technical review, permitting process, and the licensing application. My only other comment here is that I think it should be acknowledged that the applicant did follow all of the required steps that he is required to go through to obtain the license. And there was a lot of references to being a good neighbor and suggestions that this application and its proximity to a town results in someone having bad intentions to a community. And I just think that it's important to highlight that someone following all the proper steps and channels to obtain something, whether the gravel is needed today or tomorrow, to the same points that she's saying, that the Deputy Mayor said, I agree, that's not our call to make. Their livelihood's on the line too. This is their family business. They run and operate, something that we support, small local businesses. So I just ask that the community also in turn be a good neighbor as well.
Councillor Mitchell.
First of all, I want to point out to the audience and anybody watching online that this, what I've been holding up to my ear for the last 3.5 hours and cramping up my shoulder, one of my hearing aids isn't working right. So this is a hearing device. Unlike the House of Commons, we are not translating into French. So I don't understand French, so I just...
Or English. Or English. Was the translation?
Yeah, potentially, yeah. Anyway, it's unusual for me to go through a planning application without having any questions, but when I read the very long and detailed planning report, and along with all the other information that I've received over the last 1.5 years on this issue, I was not left with any questions to ask today. I do appreciate the questions and the comments from the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor who added to the conversation and filled in some holes. As far as information coming to council regarding planning applications, there's 3 main sources. We always get a written planning report and a verbal report from the planner. Sometimes we get input from the applicant. Sometimes we get input from area residents, whether they're in support or opposition to the application. The more complex and controversial the application and the proposed project is, the more information and input we receive. This application obviously is very complex and controversial, so I'll take a couple minutes to explain how I came to the decision and how I'm going to vote today. So I not only rely on this information, but I rely plus 2 other major factors when I make a planning decision. The first of all is the recommendation of the planner to approve or not approve. Because I'm not an expert on provincial policy statement, Oxford official plan, and the Zorra zoning bylaws. The planner and his supervisor who signed off on this report are, and I haven't worked with the applicant and staff and other agencies to prepare the report. The planner has. So I rely heavily on the planner's expertise. And the other factor is, I ask myself, is what the landowner wants to do reasonable for this property? Because I strongly support property owners' rights to do what they want to do with their land. Occasionally, I will support an approval of an application which has had a no recommendation attached to it. And those are situations where the numbers exceed what the planner can support in his report, but the proposal benefits the landowner financially and or functionally, and then the impact that's put in place is minimized by the restrictions. So I checked to see if my voting record is in line with what I just said there. So I went back to the beginning of last year, and I believe how I voted in the last 16 months is consistent to how I voted on planning applications for the 6 years before that. In the last 16 months, this council has considered 45 planning applications. I voted for 1 deferral and 3 denials, and all 4 of those were based on do not approve recommendations in the planning report. But I have voted 41 times to approve the application. 34 of those agreed with the recommendation, and 7 disagreed with the application. I've never voted no when the planning report recommended approval, and I'm not going to start doing that today. I understand why some local residents are opposed to this project. I wouldn't want a gravel pit in my backyard either. Many of the concerns raised are valid, and I believe they've all been addressed in the report. Some reasons advanced to deny the application are I carry less weight with me, and I'm not going to address them other than to say the one objection that I categorically don't agree with is that Zorra Township already has more than enough gravel pits and we don't need another one. That is not this council, or I believe any other level of government decision in a free market society. That's supply and demand should determine how many gravel pits, just as in this case, there clearly is a demand, or the applicant wouldn't be moving forward with this application. Zorra Township is blessed or cursed, depending on your point of view, with an abundant, accessible number of aggregate deposits. But to achieve the full value of those assets, they must be extracted, not only to benefit the landowner and the operator, but to benefit society in general because we need aggregates to build and maintain infrastructure. This pit will impact Harrington, but it won't destroy it, and it won't make it unique among other communities in the area. Uniondale has a trucking company that operates 24 hours a day. Kintore has a beef feedlot across from its only church. Embro has a slaughterhouse. Thorndale has a feed mill. Wellburn has an Agrimart. All of those are located right in the middle of the respective villages. Town of St. Mary's has a cement plant and vast quarries within or abutting their town limits. And until recently, Thamesford had a feed mill, grain elevator, and poultry processing plant near where we sit. All of these industries create various amounts of noise, dust, odor, and heavy truck traffic. All of these industries have operated for many decades, and most will continue for decades in the future, unlike the proposed Harrington pit, which has a life of 10 to 15 years. These villages have not become ghost towns because of the industries that were established in them, and neither will Harrington. The applicant has commissioned 9 studies and developed 5 site plans. Zorra Township has done their due diligence by commissioning a peer review and responding to the recommendations that were addressed in that review. The opponents have questioned the validity of the studies and plans, and that is their right to do so. But the studies have been accepted, and the plans have been approved by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forests, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, the Oxford County Planning Department, and as far as the truck entrance, as provisionally Oxford County Public Works is in the process of working on that, and also by Zorra Township staff. It's very likely that our decision will be appealed to a higher body, regardless of what we decide for today. That will cost the township in staff time, legal fees, and possibly delays in other planning applications. I believe our responsibility as a council is to make the most defensible decision that will stand up when our decision goes to that appeal. And based on the information included in the planning report, the approval of the ministries, and the recommendations of staff, I think the most defensible decision is to approve the application. And I realize that this will not be a popular decision with many of the people that are my neighbors. Some of these people I consider friends. But I took on this job to make decisions, and not all of them are popular, but I make them what I think is the right decision, and I think this is the right decision on behalf of all the people of Zorra Township.
Anyone else? I sympathize with all the residents that are here today on this issue, and I emphasize all the residents because regardless of what this happens with this application, the applicants are residents, they're now taxpayers, they're voters in October, and I would suggest that most importantly, they're your neighbors now. I also sympathize because the only reason that I find myself bizarrely in this chair is because I was in the same boat in 2012 when a local body was trying to make a decision that I didn't like, and I engaged with my community to advocate to try and change the outcome of that decision. I still think that for me, one of the most important parts of this job is advocacy, whether it's from Zorra to Oxford, with other municipal partners, to the province, to the federal government. And the first rule of advocacy is to find out who the decision maker is for the issues that you have concerns with. When it comes to residents trying to change decisions at all levels of government, I think that that burden falls unjustly and too often on municipal councils, and frankly, it's because municipal councils are so accessible. Provincial and federal counterparts, and to some extent school board trustees as well, skate on not being available, not being able to just call up, your MPP and get a meeting. Every one of you knows and has probably been in, side of the road conversations, if not semi-formal meetings with every member of this council. You can get a hold of us. You can email us, you get a response, a phone call, see us at community events. That doesn't mean that all the decisions that you're unhappy with government and things you want to change rest with this council. They do not. Whether we like it or not, that's the way that it is. Sometimes I find my job is to tell people how the world is, and it seems to them that I'm the one who's making it that way, and I'm not. And frequently this council, and has spent a lot of time in the time that I've been in this council, tells the provincial government that we don't like how it is. It doesn't mean we get to change it. We just tell them that we don't like it. Frankly, when it comes to a lot of the concerns that were raised today, I personally, and as a member of this council, agree with probably 90% of those concerns. I would suggest to you that a majority of this council and past councils agrees with them as well. But they're not within the scope of this council to change. That's why we are a founding member of the top aggregate producing municipalities of Ontario, and that's why we continually pay with your taxes, fees to TAPMO, to advocate with the province that they change regulations and enforcement. The Auditor General's report has been cited by TAPMO and this council many times to the province, to the Minister, Minister Harris, to say this is not good enough on behalf of our residents who are surrounded by gravel pits. But the fact that we agree doesn't mean we can change that. We can advocate that it change, just like you can advocate, but we can't change it. So I sympathize with all of the concerns here. I also sympathize with the private property owner who bought land. They identified that there was an aggregate resource there. They bought it in good faith. They've applied through a transparent zoning process, an aggregate licensing process, and have said that they want to do this. That's not a bad person. We can agree or disagree with each other. Certainly the five of us regularly agree and disagree with each other. That doesn't make anybody a bad person. I think also, in addition, your council is here to weigh these things, and as Councillor Mitchell said, we're here to make the tough decisions. The easy ones, whatever. I guarantee you there'll be nobody in the audience for the easy decisions later on. But when you sign up for this job, you make the easy decisions and the tough decisions. You make the decisions that you're going to have to walk down the road, you're going to have to go to Harrington Hall and be with people that you knew before you did this job, you're going to know them after you do this job, and they're not going to like what you did. But that comes with the job, whether you want it or not. The reality here is that what we are considering as a council is a land use application, a zone change to change the permitted land use for a specific piece of property. The licensing that governs noise and sound and berms and where the equipment is on the site is all governed by the Aggregate Resource Act and the Ministry of Natural Resources, and to a lesser extent the Ministry of Environment. This council is acting under the Municipal Act, the Planning Act, the Provincial Planning Statement, and our own County Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw. That's what we're here to deal with. That's not to say that the concerns expressed aren't valid, but in my opinion, 90% of them are not concerns that this council has the legal ability to address. I am 100% confident, 100% I want to emphasize, that if this council was to not approve this application for some of the reasons that have been suggested today, it would be overturned by the OLT, possibly without even a hearing, and the pit would result in happening anyway. I'm not suggesting that you like that. I'm not suggesting that I like that. But again, this is how the world works. And it is not up to this council to change those things because that's provincial legislation. But the good news for you is that you have democratically elected provincial representatives that are available to you, just like this council is available to you. I think that property rights are something that cannot be forgotten, okay? In this case, it's an extreme land use change, and I understand that people are concerned about it. But equally, we all have neighbors, whether we live in town and our neighbor wants to put up a fence that we don't like, or whether you live rural and somebody wants to put manure storage near your property line. What council's job is to do is to balance those land rights. Who has the right to do what on their property and how much does it affect neighbors? But ultimately, people do have private property rights to do things. I've frequently had people in Thamesford tell me, well, you wouldn't want that extra tall development that you approved next to your house. And I say, I absolutely wouldn't. But my neighbor can put a manure storage pit within whatever, I can't remember what the MDS is of my house. And they have their entitlement to do that. That doesn't mean I have to like it, but just because I don't like it doesn't mean that they don't have the right to do it. I also think I would remind the community that in vilifying the current property owner for wanting to put the aggregate pit in there, there was a previous property owner that absolutely sold this with the intent that it would be turned into that. I'm not suggesting that person share blame, but I'm suggesting that we all need to be a little bit honest with each other about what's going on here, right? Real about the process and real about who's involved. So, I will be voting in favor of this application because it is a sound application. There are things that I don't like about what's going to happen, but they are not within my power or responsibility as a member of this council to approve or disapprove or to justify. And again, I am 100% confident, this is just my personal opinion as one of 5, that if this council was to not approve this for any of the reasons that have been cited today, it would ultimately be approved and there would be a gravel pit there. I applaud the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Stewart for amending the recommendation from staff to attempt to address some of those things that are within, potentially within our scope to do. But I would also suggest that people in the community talk to your new neighbor. Whenever a resident contacts me and says, my neighbor's doing something I don't like, how do I contact bylaw? I always caution them and say, how about you go talk to your neighbor first? Because once it's in the hands of bylaw, once it's in the hands of the police, once it's in the hands of a lawyer, it's out of your hands and somebody else is going to decide. This issue here about including a tree screen, you could go and just talk to your neighbor and say, would you put up some trees there too? I mean, it's not beyond the powers of 2 neighbors to talk to each other and resolve a conflict between each other. Whether they go ahead and extract gravel out of this or not, whether this council approves them to do that or not, whether the ARA gives them their license or not, they're still that property owner and they're still that landowner and they're still going to be your neighbor. There's a lot to be said for just talking to each other and trying to work stuff out. That's not to say that everybody's going to be happy, but I would suggest that those kinds of conversations have to happen. All that being said, I will be voting in favor of the application. Is there anybody else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we will adjourn until 2 o'clock, half an hour. 2:02 and we're back from lunch, and the couple things for council. So given that it's 2 o'clock, we have a curfew of 4:30, sorry. Then I'm going to suggest that staff have identified 4 reports that could be deferred to another day, but I'm going to suggest that if we like really knuckle down, we can probably get our business done today. I'm going to go, if nobody objects, I'm going to go slightly out of order here to skip over the ones that could be deferred. Right? If we can get through it, I will go back and do them. But if not, I don't want us to run out of time. So for that reason, I'm going to skip 8.1A Roads Division, even though I really like that one, and go to 8.2A Recreation and Facilities Division, Report 2026-046 from the Manager of Recreation and Facilities regarding tender results for the recreation storage shed. Manager Caldwell, is there anything you want to highlight for council?
Nothing to highlight. I'll take questions.
Questions from council on the report? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Gregg, that council approve an allocation of $60,000 from the Recreation Reserve in 2026 to fund the Recreation Storage Building Project overage, to be offset by the deferral of 2027 projects included in the 10-year capital plan.
Councillor Stewart is the mover. Was it Deputy Mayor? Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.2 Recreation Facilities Division B, Report 2026-047 from the Manager of Recreation and Facilities regarding evaluation results for dog park location. Manager Caldwell, is there anything you want to highlight?
No, again, nothing to highlight. I'll just be happy to take questions.
Questions from council on the report? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, seconded by Gregg, that council endorse Matheson Park as the desired future location of the Embro Dog Park as evaluated by the Embro Dog Park Committee.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that? Deputy Mayor.
Just want to thank the committee members for their work on this. I think if we were looking at considerations for location, we may or may not have different ideas, so just very valuable to have their local lens on this, and happy to support their vision for this project.
Any other discussion? I would just echo the Deputy Mayor's comments. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9, reports from Corporate and Protective Services Department. 9.2, Building Drainage and Bylaw Services, Report 2026-044 from the Bylaw Enforcement Officer regarding 2026 Bylaw Enforcement Q1. And I'm guessing that, is there anything you would like to highlight?
Nothing to highlight.
Questions from council? Do I have a mover? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch. The report 2026-044 from the bylaw officer be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.3 Financial Services, Report 2026-045 from the tax collector regarding 2026 tax rates. Tax Collector Luca, is there anything you would like to highlight for council before I ask them if they have any questions?
Nothing to highlight. Open to questions.
Questions from council? Do I have a mover? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch. The report 2026-045 from the tax collector be received and filed for information purposes, and that council approve bylaw 21-26 to formally adopt the 2026 bylaw for the 2026 tax rates.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
No, that's just bookkeeping things that needs to be done. If we're going to spend money, we need to collect money. So.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.3 Financial Services B, Report 2026-048 from the Deputy Treasurer Financial Analyst regarding Drain Maintenance Billing Bylaw 24-26. Treasurer Linskog, there you are. Is there anything you'd like to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
Nothing to add at this time.
Questions from council on the report? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, this is a slightly different issue than we've dealt with before, so I had some questions on it. First one, what type of work is considered municipal drain maintenance, and who decides when that work needs to be done?
So municipal drain maintenance is typically initiated by landowners by contacting the drainage superintendents. The superintendent then inspects any drainage work for which the municipality is responsible, as sometimes it turns out that the calls are for non-municipally responsible drains. Then the superintendent deems whether maintenance is needed, initiates and supervises any necessitated maintenance or repair. And some common forms of maintenance include and are not limited to basin replacement, tile repair, drain and ditch clearouts, and dam removal.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Second question is, do landowners have any way to appeal assessed maintenance costs if they think they are charged too much?
Yes, they do. A landowner can appeal drain maintenance. However, this is rare and appeals occur much more frequently during the original construction and assessment of the drain. Just for kind of clarity, our drainage superintendent has not overseen any maintenance appeals. Landowners' rights to appeal and their associated responsibilities are defined in the Drainage Act, Section 52, subsections 1 through 4. And landowners with any questions of the appeals process can consult the Drainage Act Appeals Fact Sheet published by the Government of Ontario. It's a really well thought out, comprehensive, and succinct sort of resource for anyone with any frequently asked questions.
Okay, and last question is, CP Rail was not assessed any cost. Was that because there no drainage maintenance work impacted their property, or because in recent years CP Rail has refused to pay their cost assessed to them?
CP Rail was not assessed any 2025 drain maintenance costs, as there was no drain maintenance work impacting their properties in 2025. Oops, sorry.
Good. Thanks for filling me in on that. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Do I have a mover?
Okay. Boy, we're bouncing around here. I gotta make sure I'm looking at the right one. Anyway, moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that report 2026-048 from the Deputy Treasurer Financial Analyst be received and filed for information purposes, and the Council approve bylaw 24-26 to authorize the collection of costs as part of the 2026 final tax billing totaling $188,221.64 for municipal drain maintenance carried out in 2025 and assessed to property owners.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
No, here again, we're just collecting money for work that was done, crossing our T's, dotting our I's.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.4, Legislative Services. A, Report 2026-041 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding Municipal by Ontario Procurement Directive. CAO Larder, is there anything you want to highlight for Council?
Excuse me. This is an ongoing subject, and both staff from Finance and the Clerk's Department continue to work through the process, and we'll be adjusting policies along the way. So we see this as ongoing. This is not a final document.
Questions from Council? Do I have a mover?
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that report 2026-035 from the Manager of Financial Services be received and filed. Is that the wrong one? No. Okay. I knew that would happen. Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that report 2026 from the Chief Administrative Officer be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion?
Just a comment that we got a report, a little more than a year ago, that this Buy Ontario thing really has no impact on us, that over the last 15 years, just about everything we purchased or ordered was Ontario-based. I think it's kind of ironic that this is supposed to protect jobs. I think the jobs it's going to protect and create is more bureaucracy. It's going to be a lot more work for municipalities and boards and everybody else to track this, and I'm sure there's going to be probably hundreds of people hired at the province to keep track of all this. And you know, the Premier has talked about how he wants to cut red tape. It doesn't seem like he's cutting red tape, he's making more red tape, but it is what it is. It's a politically popular move to protect Ontario jobs, totally counterproductive, but as we talked this morning, there's a lot of things the province does that we can't control, and this is just another one on the list.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I think probably, having raced through all those ones, we're probably good to go. So again, unless somebody objects, I'm going to go back to 8.1A Roads Division, and we'll try and get through the rest of this in order now. I'm looking to see if anybody's got a problem with that, and I don't see that they do. So 8.1 Roads Division A, Report 2026-033 from the Director of Public Works regarding Roads Division Q1 Report. Director Oliver.
Nothing to highlight at this point. Looking for questions?
Questions from Council? Councillor Mitchell.
I got a series, because I always have a series for Steve, but they're real quick, and they're quick answers for the most part. The one about, there's a little over $1 million savings, or potential savings, between what the bids came back compared to what was budgeted. Now, we know that there's costs involved that are going to cut those savings, and some of those savings are going to SWACs. And I think this is probably the second or third year in a row that you've come back with a report where we're way under at this point. Other than early tendering, which we're quite proud of, are there other factors that have led to potentially $1 million?
And I agree with your statement that early tendering is one of the largest contributors to some nice, good bids towards these projects. The economics makes a big difference too. How busy the work schedules are planning for the year. We've heard a lot of reports that things are slow in the construction world and road construction world, so that always prompts more bidders and more interest, especially early on, people trying to fill up their dockets to make sure they keep their staff busy. So that makes a big difference as well. We always built in quite a heavy contingency in some of these costs, just for the simple fact, and we're going to experience that this year with our asphalt cement costs. AC index, it fluctuates with oil prices and is the highest cost in asphalt. So just going up $100 a ton makes a big difference to our bottom dollar. So I'm hoping we stay under budget on these numbers to date, but right now AC is at the highest point it's ever been in history, so already, and we haven't hit busy season yet. So yeah, things are looking really good now, but we'll see how they end up by fall.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, the good old AC index, that's the big unknown on paving
It's
issues.
very, very huge. Yeah.
Yep. Is there a possibility? Question. You're going from potentially 4 loads a day to 8 loads a day of dust suppressant. Does that create any problem with your scheduling from your supplier to get those loads?
And excellent question. So that was one of the first calls we made, was to the supplier whether or not they would be able to supply that double the amount, and it was no problem. So that's from that point we started looking at ways of making this work. So no problem at all getting the extra 4 loads a day.
Excellent. And along that line, because it's going to be done faster, it'll be completed sooner. Any possibility that we're going to run into dusty roads earlier in late summer or early fall than we would have in previous application?
That's a good question. That's a crystal ball question.
Okay.
The best results from putting dust suppressant down is the weather conditions at the time it's being put down and at the temperature. Cooler, damper temperatures, the longevity is almost double. We're finding that in May, traditionally in May, we're getting some cooler temperatures, some more rain events, and the calcium that goes on the earliest actually lasts on longer than the stuff that goes on later in the year when we're experiencing high temperatures, drier, dustier conditions. So one of the reasons and one of the factors why we're trying to push this through and mostly in the month of May is just to get take advantage of some of the adverse conditions for putting dust suppressant down the road.
Okay, that's great information to know when we get those inevitable complaints about dust. The quote-unquote normal Canadian winter that we've had 2 in a row, has that increased resulted in an increase of overtime hours above what was budgeted for?
Yes, right now. So 2026, we're still okay. It all depends on how our fall If we get an early winter like we did last year, then it's going to be tough on the budget, something like 2025.
Right.
So 2025, you recall, we didn't have much winter until, I think, didn't start till almost into January. But then we had like record high snows in 25. And then come fall of 25, we started getting snow events in November. So
Yeah.
the accumulation of the two, the late arrival and the early beginning of the following winter was hard on budget.
Right. Are Roads Division employees allowed to take time off in lieu of the overtime hours?
Yes, they're allowed to bank up to 40 hours of lieu time in replacement of overtime pay.
Okay, so hopefully some guys would like some time off. So.
That's correct.
The new staff, is that an addition to staffing or a replacement of someone that left?
It's a replacement.
Okay, so staffing levels stayed the same?
Yep.
And the signs that have been stolen, it's bad enough that ID signs are going. Have we seen stop signs and yield signs and safety signs gone?
Yeah. So far, luckily, it's just been road identification signs. The stop aheads and stop signs have been staying generally no issues. So, which is good.
Yes, let's hopefully they don't pick up.
Yeah. The big thing it's the cost, right?
Yeah.
It's not just the cost of the sign. The signs are really, like $30 each, $40 each. It's the cost of labor of replacing them. The hardware that's they use to put on the posts, the aluminum hardware, it all adds up, right? So and some of these signs we've replaced 2 or 3 times already. So
okay, is there some that is more popular than others in the
some
sign
areas
collectors
up
club?
in your area.
Lakeside sign is a popular sign.
Okay, we'll see what it's on the trading market, the sign market. So just 2 quick comments. First of all, compliments to Steve and the rest of the staff for looking at an alternative for the dust suppressant. It's always an issue every year. And a great point that he made, that if you can get it on when it's cooler, it's more effective and it's going to last as long or longer than what we've done traditionally. And the other thing is great to see paving being done in Ward 3 in an election year. That's good timing. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Did I ask for a motion on this? I don't think I did, right?
8.1, correct? We're on 8.1? Moved by Stewart, second by Gregg, that report 2026-033 from the Director of Public Services be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? I would want to comment on the gravel application as well. I think that it is amazing, and I think that, I think it's amazing as someone who lives on a gravel road, but also I think it's amazing from the point of view of municipal service delivery, and I think that we need to brag to residents about it. Residents always say when it comes to budget time and tax bill time, where's the efficiencies? Where's the efficiencies? And here is, frankly, the intention is an increased service level, a better quality road, and no ask of this council for any more budget for that. We need to brag about those things. I think staff take for granted too often that they do good work because they just think, well, that's just the work that we do. But residents don't know that, and we need to tell them about it because this is exactly the kind of thing. For people living on gravel roads, this is as good as it gets. I'm going to get better dust suppressant earlier and in a shorter period of time. It's amazing, and council didn't ask for it. Staff identified it and came up with it, and again without a budget ask. So I would just say we need to do something with that. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.2 Recreation and Facilities Division C, report 2026-012 from the Manager of Recreation and Facilities regarding the first seasonal update for 2026. Is there anything you want to highlight?
I would just like to take the opportunity to thank our staff and our user groups and our sponsors this ice season. We had a spectacularly busy season in our operations and our halls, and it was great to see all of the facilities at their liveliest. And so I just want to thank everyone for bringing life to our spaces and our staff for managing it all very well.
Questions from council? Councilor Mitchell.
Just 3, Sophia. First one, based on attendant figures and comments, both pickleball and yoga have been very successful. Is staff contemplating adding any other new recreation programs in the near future?
Thanks for your question. At the moment, we've been really focused on third-party partnerships to kind of complement our existing township programming. At the moment, we have VON, we have Alzheimer's Society and Early On that has expanded programming not just within Thamesford but to Embro, and then moving outside of our arenas into our parks to keep a summer schedule going on. And I should add that all of those programs are free to residents. So we've been really working to find space and storage for these groups that are looking to expand in the last, it's been about 6 months that we've seen this expansion. Next year, we certainly have plans to update our recreation master plan and look forward to hearing from the community about what programs they'd like to see, and then certainly incorporate them into a robust program schedule at the new school.
What do you attribute the increase in hall rentals to? That's significant, especially the large halls.
Yeah, it's for certain we're feeling it, and we're kind of shouting it to the rooftop with all of our community groups. Don't assume a space is available. It's we are seeing high rentals, not just on weekends, but evenings and more daytime usage. It's hard to pinpoint one reason, but we do think that the convenience of online booking has not only just helped raise awareness of all of our facilities that are available for rent. We have them laid out pretty nicely on a landing page with accompanying photos, but it's also just increased the ease of booking outside of staff working hours. We have noticed an increase in rentals in non-residents as municipalities and neighboring communities are starting to assess, stag and does and higher risk events like that. We have seen a bit of an uptick in non-residents using our halls for major events. And then we've had a few new exciting ongoing rentals that have, for certain, brought the halls alive over the weekends where otherwise they may have sat empty. So we have ongoing markets at the Thamesford Hall, and then we have a new RC racing program that we've seen come back for ongoing bookings. So it's nice for residents too to have a bit of a mix of public community events that they can access now.
Follow up, what's RC racing?
Great question.
Oh, it's
I don't know if I'm
really
the best
cool. Let me
advocate
tell you all
to
about it.
explain, but yeah, it sounds like I could turn it over to Marcus. It's remote controlled car racing. Yeah.
Oh, it's boys playing with toys.
Yeah. Girls can
And
play.
girls?
Too. Yeah.
But that doesn't rhyme as well.
Yeah.
Okay. In the interest of time, I won't pursue that any further. But in my last question, has the province announced any specific grant programs to access the additional $300 million that they want to hand out?
There has been no further information since that exciting announcement. So we're keeping a close eye because when they do announce the funding streams, there is typically a pretty quick turnaround to submit a grant and projects. So we're definitely keeping projects on the back burner and prepared to submit. They had 2 streams in the last round. One was for new builds and one was for like repairs and retrofits. So it's if they do anything similar, it sounds like there might be 2 opportunities to apply.
So check your emails Friday afternoon at 4.
Yeah, exactly. It's always the Friday
That's
announcement.
when it happens.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sophia.
Yep.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
I just had a question about yoga, because I read all these comments. Is something changing in the yoga programming? Like, are we winding it down? Or like, there's some of the comments sort of seem to be, we really love it, the instructor's the best, the time is the best, the day is the best, we love it. I've never seen such like widespread positive feedback. Is this in relation to a shift in programming or a reduction?
No, not a reduction. We around this time of year, we take a break from yoga programming just to give the instructors a break, to give the schedule, like participants often, we see participation kind of nosedive around this time of year when things get nice. So we take a break and resume back in the fall. And Allie was really specific when she reached out for feedback to ask them about program timing, dates that work. So then when we do resume the normal schedule, it would be at the convenient times that work for participants. If anything, we're hoping to ramp up and work with our current instructors to maybe lean in on some different strengths and some different type of programming they can bring to the table.
I hope Pauline knows how to find this posted agenda, because the comments are just
we've sent directly.
Like she-
yeah,
yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
And we do have a fantastic instructor in Embro as well, because we offer the programming there. So yeah, kudos to our instructors. They're the reason this class has been going so strong.
Anyone else? Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that report 2026-012 from the Manager of Recreation and Facilities be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 9, reports from Corporate and Protective Services Department. Financial Services, report 2026-035 from the Manager of Financial Services regarding the 2025 Annual Building Department Financial Report. Manager Grogan, is there anything you want to highlight for council?
Nothing to highlight. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from council. I love how staff says happy to take any questions, because whether you're happy or not, you're going to get them. But anyway, any questions from council on the report? Do I have a mover? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, second by Councillor Finch, the report 2026-035 from the Manager of Financial Services be received and filed for information purposes. And the council authorized the transfer of 2025 operating deficit of $52,656.69 from the Building Department Reserve in accordance with Section 7 of the Ontario Building Code Act. Is that the right one? Oh, yeah. Like I say, it's between trying to follow what's going on and holding on to my assisted hearing thing here. It's a bit of a challenge for this old guy who's nearing his retirement plan, as you said earlier.
I never said I was retiring.
No, you mentioned
okay.
me.
All right, let's get this train back on the rails here. As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, it's just we saw this back in the budget for the first consideration for the first time as long as I've been on council, where the building department had a deficit, and prior to that it had built up a very comfortable surplus, and it just reflects the slowdown in building. And I think we're still seeing a real slowdown in residential. Hopefully all these farmers that are spending millions of dollars on new barns will have a good impact on this going forward. But 52,000 deficit, we'll deal with it. We'll move it from one account to another, so no problem here.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 9.4 Legislative Services, report 2026-041 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding municipal, did that one. I didn't put a line through it. Sorry. 9.4 Legislative Services B, report 2026-050 from the Strategic Initiatives and Government Relations Officer regarding Q1 Strategic Initiatives updates. Officer Sukraj, is there anything that you would like to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
Nothing at this time. Happy to answer any questions, regardless of whether I have to take them or not.
Questions from council on the report? Do I have a mover? Councillor Mitchell.
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, the report 2026-050 from Strategic Initiatives and Government Relations Officer be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion?
No. Thanks to Jacob for his quarterly report. It's always good to know that what's going on that big picture that we started out with 3 years ago. And it's good news that it's almost been completed, and what hasn't been completed is well on the way to being completed. So thanks again for bringing us up to date on that.
Anyone else? So I did an OMAA AMO podcast yesterday on head of council CAO relationships, and I said there was a question in there about how councils should do their business, and I said for anybody who knows me, they're going to laugh at this because I'm going to go on and on about strategic plans. So on brand, I'm going to go on and on now about strategic plans. Maybe just on, not on and on. But anyway, as always, I love this report. I love getting the updates on it. I think that it's really critical for council, frankly, but for residents to see that this is how council, directs the long-term work plan for staff, and that's how we actually get this stuff done, is by giving our staff like long-term direction, that then they can plan out their work over the term of council, how they're going to bring us reports and do all that, and it helps us to scope the resources that we have to allocate to do that. We don't have to get it all done in the first year of council and then lay people off for the other 3 years. We can have a stable workforce that allows us to attract and retain the best workforce and get the things done. I also want to say I really like the addition to this of those items that are strategic in nature, but were not necessarily identified as part of the strategic plan, but council or based on recommendation from staff, we've said, like, allocate resources to this. I think that's really critical. And I would just suggest that in future we think about what's the mechanism for sort of doing that in future. Because for council, I would suggest that's fine. We can pass resolutions all the time that says, add this to the work list, add this to the work list, add this to the work list. I think it is only responsible of us to ask our staff at a certain point, like, do we actually have the capacity for us to keep adding that? Do we need to push some deadlines, or do we need to reprioritize or whatever? And I think a strategic plan, again, is a great way to evaluate that, right? And to encourage a healthy conversation between council and staff about what do we actually have the capacity to do here? And are there some things that we thought were a priority but maybe are a lower priority? But this report gives us the ability to do that work and to assess those things, notwithstanding how everybody will agree or disagree. So I cannot applaud this work enough. So thank you. Anybody else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I think then we're down to correspondence. We did all the reports. We did. Correspondence requiring direction. There are 4 items. Does anybody want to pull any of those out and do anything different with them? Have any questions on them before I ask for a motion? Do I have a motion?
This is on
10A through D, or any combination thereof.
I have a motion. I have a motion related to 10A, the Bruni's. Yep, okay, that's good. Moved by Councillor Mitchell, second by Councillor Finch, the Council of the Township of Zorra approve exemption to the noise control bylaw. The nose control bylaw, which either one, submitted by Bruni's for an event located at 121 Dundas Street on May 15th at 10 a.m. to May 18th at 11 p.m. 2026 to allow for live bands and loud music, and that Bruni's distribute an informative handout with the event information to all surrounding neighbors by May 8th, 2026. Is
there any discussion?
I presume that's during Calathumpian, and this council's in favor of live bands and loud music, right? So. Inappropriate location.
And anyone else? I'm certainly in favor of the loud bands, loud music, and live bands, loud music, and the wrestling. I'm particularly hoping for the jugadores with the Mexican wrestlers with the masks. If Kirk's listening. Anybody else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 10B. Anybody got anything for 10B? Councillor Finch.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve exemption to noise control bylaw submitted by Trumpet and Truth for the event located at 194817 19th line on June 14th, 2026 to allow for loud music from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. and that Trumpet of Truth distribute an information handout with the event information to all surrounding neighbors by June 7th, 2026.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 10C. Sorry. Why not C? No? Yes. I want C. Okay. Just.
Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. The council directs staff to partner with county and prepare delegations for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Conference to request a meeting with the Minister of Energy regarding rebates for green initiatives delivery costs, and to Minister of Transportation regarding Rural Road Safety Program, and that the Minister of Energy meeting be given priority, followed by the Minister of Transportation as specified above.
Thank you. As the mover, do you wish to speak to that? Is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Just really happy to see these recommendations come forward. I think how we've handled delegation decisions for submissions over the years has sort of evolved. And I think what we risk when councilors are trying to come up with lists is the ones that are attending the delegations tend to be the ones that are thinking about, where would I like to delegate. We had some really good discussion when we got that energy report about how high the delivery charges were because of the rural and remote nature of our municipality, and how that is, it makes it difficult for us to invest in renewable energy for our facilities. So while that had fallen off my radar, it certainly didn't fall off staff's radar, and I think that's a really important delegation for us here in Zorra and important work for the province. Happy to support this resolution and looking forward to AMO.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 10D. Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that the correspondence from the Thamesford Business Association be received as information, and the council direct staff to thank the Thamesford Business Association members for their support, initiative, and contributions to the community, and that council directs staff to prepare a follow-up report on next steps.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Just briefly, that I think, again, echoing the thanks that's in the motion, I've seen the efforts of the TBA over my entire life here in Thamesford, and had a parent that worked on Main Street, part of all the things that were done there, so I know what it means to the community. Moving forward, I hope that we can continue to find a focus on supporting maybe not only Thamesford businesses, but local businesses to the municipality, so in the broader Zorra context. So hoping to get some feedback on that, and I know that there's been lots of discussions with ROEDC, and there will be more feedback coming from ROEDC on that. I hope that we can leverage both existing community groups and local volunteers to take on some of the tasks that traditionally have been done by the Main Street businesses of Thamesford. I'm sure there are businesses that are willing to participate. I think we got to look at a slightly different leadership model and who's going to take charge of who will do them, but I think it's important that it remains volunteer-based and local business-based, rather than this deferring and falling to township staff to take care of.
Any other discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this come forward. I think, as Councillor Stewart said, TBA I've been here almost 20 years and have enjoyed the beautification projects that have happened and that we have a tradition of seeing. I think some of the challenges trying to recruit new members to come in and carry forward old ideas, and what I'm very excited about is what new business voices may be able to determine and create for the next generations of projects that can help with whether it's beautification or economic development supports, unified business voices, shared resources. So I'm appreciative of this letter coming forward that will allow for this transition to start happening. I'm excited to see who steps forward from the community with an interest in pitching in and helping, and then, we can consider staff recommendations on what a municipal, what pieces we may engage with in the future.
Anyone else? I think I talked to Linda about this and said to her that I think I encouraged herself and Daryl to not be so necessarily sad that it's over, but happy that they did it at all in the first place. The fact that the thing ends doesn't mean that it shouldn't have happened. It just means that it delivered what it was supposed to deliver, and now it doesn't deliver that, and so they're moving on. I think it's a mature step for them to take, because I think there is an opportunity for businesses in the broader community to benefit from a change, and I think it's frankly probably challenging and courageous to write such a letter like this and hand that off to other people. So I just want to thank them for that, and at the same time, I think this is the right thing to do, is to say, and let's ask our staff, what do models look like that continue to deliver the same and better potentially in the future? So happy to see this, even though, unhappy for the current members doing it. Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Boards and committees, so there's two there, or, yeah, one there. Embro Dog Park Committee, do I have a mover for that? Councillor Finch.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that item 11A be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 12, information items, 5 items there. Do I have anybody who wants to do anything with any one or all of those? Councillor Mitchell.
I'm happy to pass them as is, but I do have comments on a couple of them.
Comments or questions?
Comments.
Then I would like to have a motion first.
Sounds good.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that item 12A through E be received and filed for information purposes only.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. Item A is about the letter from Rob Flack about stormwater fees, and I believe that when we passed our stormwater fee bylaw, that we specifically excluded any rural properties from that. So his letter really, it does not apply to us. We've already dealt with it.
That's correct.
Once again, we're ahead of the province. And the other is C, which is about the new four-way stop signs, one on 119 at 74 and the other one, the Embro Road at 17. Just a comment that as a part-time truck driver, all these four-way stops that are being installed in Oxford County and Perth County too are kind of a pain in the you-know-what, because they waste a lot of time and they waste a lot of fuel. But having said that, it amazes me almost daily the chances that people take when pulling out in front of oncoming traffic, and I've seen that on 119. Like I'd be coming down the road with the truck and somebody's sitting there and they pull out in front of me, and I think, if your car hesitated for a moment, I'm going to kill you. Why would you take that chance to not wait another 3-5 seconds till I went by? So you can't fix stupid, but you can fix stop signs. And I guess it's just another situation where the vast majority of people have to be inconvenienced to protect the irresponsible. So much as I don't like them as a truck driver, I understand their importance.
Anyone else? I will say both of those intersections, I've been that close to being in a serious collision. The one south of Embro, I literally one time was heading southbound. I watched a vehicle pull up. They turned, they looked at me, they saw me, and then pulled out immediately in front of me. Yep. I didn't brake hard enough, apparently, because my car took over, and I was less than a meter short of hitting them. So I couldn't agree more, and I think that's why this council, passed its resolution about, four-way stop signs, red flashing lights, rumble strips. I mean, I heard from people when we put this up that they were complaining the rumble strips weren't up fast enough. Like, but there is a stop sign, right? Like, there is a stop sign. And also, don't you want to live? Like, wouldn't you just, like, slow down and look, even if they're what? Apparently not. Yeah. But I think that's why this council passed the resolution that it did before, that, yeah, we're going to do everything we can, but we also need the provincial government to do better on licensing and the federal government to do better on vehicle licensing, or any number of oversized stop signs and flashing lights and rumble strips and stop sign ahead and four-way stops and everything is not going to do the job. People have to take some level of personal accountability when they get behind 2 tons of metal. Councillor Mitchell.
And just follow up, I know your heart probably stopped when those incidents happened. Try that in a fully loaded truck. And we have a lot of truck traffic on 119 in the Embro Road.
Yeah. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. No unfinished business, no notices of motion. We have bylaws, then calendar, items of community interest, and then confirmatory and adjournment. So bylaws. Councillor Finch.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that bylaws 21-26, 22-26, 23-26, 24-26, 25-26, and 27-26 be taken read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and further that the mayor and clerk hereby authorize and sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto.
26-26 You said 26-26, right? Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And items of community interest and the calendar, Councillor Finch.
May 23rd, the Embro Legion is doing a pub night from 7 to 11. On May 28th, the Zorra Highland Park Public School is having their family fun night from 5 to 8. And on May 30th, the Embro Zorra Agricultural Society is doing a 5 to 10K run/walk with a farm tour and a hot lunch.
Could you email us those or something? Because I can't write fast enough. Text or email. Thank you. Anybody else?
It's Cali weekend coming up, y'all.
May 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Get on the website. The website's awesome. They updated. They're having some new membership, and there's wonderful things happening with Calthumpian. A lot of hype this year. Some new ideas. If you're new here, if you've gone to Calthumpian your whole life, or you just moved here last week, there's so much on there. Find something that suits you, try it out. Find something that doesn't suit you, try it out as well. There's a beer cage, get in it, see what happens.
Hot dogs, beer cage, loud music, wrestlers. It's all good.
Yeah, especially the loud music. Next Wednesday in Quiet Brown's Corners is Wisdom Wednesday, May 13th, 7:30 p.m. The speaker is Laurie Leduc, who conducts historic walking tours in the city of Stratford and town of St. Mary's, both very historic communities, and I'm sure here we'll have an interesting presentation.
But no wrestlers.
No wrestlers, no loud music.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. No closed session. Confirmatory.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that bylaw 28-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held May 6th, 2026, be read a first, second, and third time this May 6th, 2026, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And a motion to adjourn.
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that this session of council now be adjourned and herewith closed at 2:48, and the next meeting of council be called for May 20th, 2026 at 6 p.m. in the council chambers at the Zorra Municipal Center.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried, and we are adjourned.